Hey Tom, how's it going? Very sick. Hope everyone's doing okay. Got my James Earl Jones filter on right now. I am your streamer. This is the day to do any sort of my radio voice sound effects. This would be the moment. How you doing? Well, I'm feeling a little I don't know, guys. I mean, I am sick, so maybe I'm just being too hard on myself. I'm like my energy to do anything is
You
like
okay,
super
guys?
low. So I'm gonna just I'm not showing my face. I'm not like super sick. Well, I'm not like looking like I'm dying, I guess. I just don't want to show my face. Not today. Um I don't know. I'm feeling a little like melancholy. Yeah, I'm messed up. I'm messed up. I was wanting to play video games. I was thinking about doing that. I have my Wii U set up with like a bazillion games on it. But I am a sick puppy. So I got to give the people what they want, him. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let me just we'll just do what I want to do today. I'm going to put on a PBS live stream. I'm going to put on the Japanese channel cuz I like
Older
watching
brother.
it. Um
The platoon commander is a
Oh god,
young
it's about
soldier.
war.
Over at
Nope, that's the whole reason why I'm streaming. I refuse, M. I'll rest when I'm dead. I do feel like these moments of getting this sick, it does permanently change your voice. I don't know. It's like a theory of mine. I feel like every time this happens, my voice gets deeper. No hardcore work today. All right. I won't work on the porn website. I'm kidding. But no, I don't know. I was thinking about working on Norse Punk. Mama Audio's orders. All right, good. Um yeah, so we have a loop here to fix. Tree or editor. Tree editor. There we go. There's an infinite loop here we need to address on the update lumber here. We're setting the length and width. And when we do this, it goes and triggers an update lumber, which then updates the length and width. That then triggers an update lumber, that then updates the length and width, that then triggers an update lumber. So you see the problem. Now let's check the resource lumber here. And but what could I put on? What could I put on? Maybe I could find some YouTube-y thing to watch. Since the Japanese channel is deciding to talk about people dying in a war, which is not what I want to ingress right now. Update on the Artemis stuff. NASA's reassessed the situation. Artemis 2 is still going. They don't have a date yet. But the rest of the Artemis missions, they're going back to the Apollo-like scheduling. So there's going to be lots of little missions before the moon landing itself, which is kind of good news. But, of course, the internet being the internet spins everything to be somehow this is the worst thing ever. Have you seen the symphony, the Stardew Symphony? I'll send it to you. Do you ever play Stardew Valley? What's my stream title say? Chill whatever stream. I feel like that's pretty accurate. Did I not say that when I started? Never. Okay. Well, then you wouldn't understand the. Because I was going to ask you what you thought of it compared to the arrangements in the game. But seeing as how you haven't played the game, you would know what I was talking about. So screw you, Am. I'm sick, Nathir. Deathly. Chill sick. How about if I put sick chill stream? Chill whatever stream. People are going to think it's rad. It's just me being sick.
We bring the same great in-store
we're gonna
prices
put
to you
on
with
the,
delivery.
Tree cutting bros.
When it was time to add my son to our car.
Dear God, so many advertisements. Hey, did you guys notice? So we're starting to put missile defense platforms, anti-air platforms on our AI data centers. I'm sure it's nothing. Don't worry about it. News won't cover it. It's fine, guys. Put this in the corner here. What would normally be my camera. Guilty of treason.
All right, check this out. We got both machines on this trailer today. We didn't really need both machines, but we wanted to see if it would work. And it did work. Look at Isaac smiling. We've got the Avant 528, which we'll use to move the logs. And we got the Ditch Witch 600, which we will use to chip the branches. This thing is more nimble, but it's on tracks. It tears up the earth. This thing's more powerful, and it's soft on the grass, but it's bigger and bulkier, and you need more room to chip this thing. So we're working in a gravelly area, so pretty sweet. We got both machines, but I think I'm gonna reconfigure this though, because I was driving and I did feel like the trailer was a little tail swingy. I think the Ditch Witch somehow needs to, yeah, just exactly like that.
Yeah, no, a bunch of weird stuff is going on with AI right now. But OpenAI just announced that they're going to be working with the Defense Department directly. Kind of fucked, guys. I'm going to be honest. We're headed towards a really bad series of events that are seemingly unavoidable. And I'm not looking forward to it. I'm the
over the axles.
What I love is that we're
The
just
plywood in the
getting
back. I think
cooked.
that'd be better. 'Cause
Slowly
I was driving
cooked.
and watching in the mirrors. It was
All right.
It just looks like, if I had to slam on the brakes and swerve, I think this thing would take me for a ride. But this is a 20-foot trailer. I mean, this is awesome. We've got all this plywood. We've got the bucket. We've got the hitch attachment in there. I'm gonna get more plywood. I'm gonna build this up like 4 times as high, but it's a lot of ratchet straps and chain binders. And then here's Randy's grapple right here. So this trailer is just awesome. I bought this truck for contract climbing, but man, I tow with it a lot these days. No, it's a good truck, but it is starting to be like, I don't know. Hey, here's the chip truck and chipper. I freaking love this little chip truck. I don't like big chip trucks. Like, you see these giant monster chip trucks, they're hard to dump. Nobody wants that much chip. I'd rather have 2 small chip trucks, you know? Like, this setup's nice. We can chip into this. If we need extra capacity, we'll bring the bucket, which is a forestry truck, and then while this is dumping, we'll chip into the forestry truck so the job site doesn't have to stop moving, and we don't need this monster chip truck. But this thing actually holds quite a bit of chips. Chipper's working great. 16-inch chipper. I haven't even shown you the tree yet. Here's the tree today. We've got about 120-foot Douglas fir. These firs are actually, they're my favorite tree. I do love them, but they get really tall, and they actually uproot a lot. They do. You see a lot of these uproot because they get so tall and the roots aren't that deep on these. A lot of times when they're close to their house, people want to just take them down out of an abundance of caution. But this is our victim for the day. It's pretty straightforward. We've got about 50% drop zone here. We just got to avoid the fence. There's a woodshed, and we've got some plants here. For the most part, it'll be pretty easy. But I'm pretty stoked that we can get this much equipment on that trailer. Whee! What happened to your sleeve?
It just keeps ripping.
Why?
Dragging the brush. I refuse to get rid of it.
Clearly.
I'm gonna keep patching it up until it's like.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah.
Is it on?
Is mine on? Yeah, you guys are on.
No, we just put it on. You don't actually video. We just put it on so you feel part of the crew.
Yeah. Headed up the tree, we've got the Courant Koala, and then also Courant Kalimba, and then an all-gear Prusik pulley thing. Where's the Prusik?
It's on your saddle.
Oh yeah, there it is. I grabbed the Gibbs Climber, 15-foot double-ended flip line, and then I got a Fortune speed cut nano bar and chain on a Redbeard saws ported Echo 2511. It's only a 25cc saw, but that thing absolutely rips. I'm gonna carry my rope coiled on my hip because I feel safer without it down here interfering with everything. Also, we put the chip truck. We could have backed right up to the tree, but we like it better a little bit further away. More room to throw branches and more room to use the machines. And we're all rocking the Rain Gear Pro jackets. I sell everything I just mentioned at sappysupplies.com except for the chainsaw. But yeah, we just added these really great rain jackets.
Lunesta, how's it going, man?
It's always nice in the summer. You can just move so much easier.
Did you hear about
got all the
Iran?
layers on. I mean, I don't have spurs either.
No, they're right here. They just blend in with the.
All right.
Yeah.
These are Bucklite titanium spurs. So these two. Good old blackberries.
A little slippery when wet.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I'm trying to do it my way. No ropes. That's around my leg.
Power through it. You can do it.
Power through it being on the wrong side of my leg.
My hope was you were just like, you know what? Maybe this isn't my tree, Isaac.
Yeah. I'm over it. I wore the wrong boots. I wore my hiking boots because they're more waterproof, but not good for spurs. Leather boots are way better for.
Yeah, it's great.
The JKs are really nice for spurs. These are solos or hiking boots, so they're nice and waterproof. It was raining this morning, so I was like, oh, I'll wear these, but my leathers. This saw, but man, it can be temperamental. I'm always tweaking it.
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries? This journey with childhood cancer.
Just pull this off. I'm wearing a lot of layers.
Toss it on down, I'll catch it.
All right, nice. Thank you.
All right. I know what to do.
One of you guys, I don't know. Randy, do you remember how to fly the drone?
Isaac's probably better at it, and I think that I could spend some time learning the Avant. So yeah, Isaac, I do want to run the Avant.
We're men. We do manly things.
Even though it's tiny, see this little guy right here? Me cutting this off will make the world of difference to the ground guys, because I'm already right here. It's just 1 second for me to cut this off. When I drop it, they've got this awkward branch, makes it hard to feed the chipper. Maybe they gotta go get a saw. You know, I mean, they have a machine so they can crush it, but just a general rule, you know, if you got weird forks by you, just cut them off in the tree. It makes it easier for everybody. I'm gonna try to hinge this straight into the trunk and then pop it off. So I'm actually gonna hinge this one down.
Man, you got a lot of tree to go, man.
Let me get like 80% of the way up and then I'll come down and you can finish it. So it's a long hike. So you don't
You
want
can do it,
to
Em.
Twitch, huh?
I mean, I want to get used to that freaking Avant. Like, me personally.
I feel like I'm just now kind of getting the hang of it.
I feel like it has a lot of moving parts, you know? Because it pivots in the middle, it's got the telescoping, it's got the up and down.
But then I got on that ditch witch and like used it for years.
Yeah, and it takes like no skill to run a ditch witch.
Basically, it like runs itself.
Esprit de corps, Lunesta. Only the best for our champions.
Did you go under? If you want, yeah, want me to stop?
Yes, please.
It's just hard once the beast starts going, you know? Once I get into beast mode, it's just my vision goes red, you know?
Whatever you say, Jeff Schroeder.
Yeah. Beast mode, tree service.
Yeah, that one came down all on the pile, kind of mixed emotions like.
It's like going 3 different directions, you know?
Yeah, it has a lot of mixed emotions.
Sounds like my life. No, I got YouTube, I got tree service, I got Sappy. It's like I'm going 3 directions. Can't make up my mind.
What if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button? No more.
Nobody
brushing
in
your
this
tablets.
household has a
Over 4 years
retainer.
ago, our team
Man, I'll never understand this. Sometimes they hinge so well, and then sometimes they just pop.
Oh yeah, that's kind of buggered up. We should probably grab a saw. I'll take that one. Yo, are you gonna manhandle that thing, Isaac?
Oh, yeah.
You're a maniac. Didn't know if you're gonna need me to come over there and unplug it. Alright, swing one over.
Early. Did that last branch break a fence board?
Yeah, the one prior to that did.
I cut my notch too deep and it just popped. That sucks. How high are you up in the air right now, Isaac?
15 meters.
You're definitely more than 15 meters.
No, it says 27.
Okay, so almost 90 feet here.
You know, if you're at the top of the tree, though, 45.
45 meters to feet.
It's 147.
147.
It's a 147 foot tall tree.
Well, we're calling that 150.
From where I'm looking at it right now, it looks a lot taller. But when I was under it, like over by the chipper and stuff, I was like, oh.
Don't they know how to get the height just from the angle? Fools. "40 meters tall. Jesus Christ.
Hinge them all this way because if the branch were right here, I'd hinge it that way. I always try to look for the shortest distance to travel the branch. They're growing at a little angle like this, so it's shorter distance to swing them that way than to try to swing them this way, if that makes sense.
You guys want to hear something crazy?
No. Just tell Randy.
Oh, I already told Randy. My sister-in-law's car got stolen this morning.
That's crazy.
I mean, she does have like the easiest car to steal. It's like a Kia Sportage.
That's my specialty.
That's weird. I picked one up on the way to work.
No, that's super unfortunate. I feel bad.
That's insane, man. of gas.
Oh.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
I made an app.
Just a second, we'll be underneath for a minute while you refill.
Get some more gas. So sometimes in this situation, see, I've got my rope on my hip, which by the way, I get it in like every video. People freak out with the single point of attachment, but this rope has a piece of steel in it. It's actually chainsaw cut resistant. I feel safe. I feel secure. This is good equipment. If I did cut myself, you know, I got my rope, it's tied up, it's ready to go. I just uncoil it really fast. I could be on the ground in less than a minute if God forbid I cut myself, which I've never done in the tree, luckily. But I mean, there is a piece of steel inside this rope. It's not just a soft rope around the tree. You can cut through this with a chainsaw, but it's not that easy. I would not do this with a rope lanyard. I would have 2 points attachment. Like if I'm rappelling down and I'm cutting, I throw my lanyard or my flip line around. I don't know, it's like a cultural thing. It's just how most climbers do it over here, and it's just how I'm used to, and I'm comfortable this way. Anyway, sometimes I'll carry gas. Caramba, that is really on there. Randy showed me this cool trick though. You pull this. This will actually fit in the cap at the 2511 right here. I don't carry bar oil because I can get about 2 tanks of gas for 1 tank of bar oil. General rule of thumb, if you fill up the gas, you fill up the bar oil, but if I'm climbing, I don't want to carry much of bar oil up here, so this is how I do it. So I got another full tank. I feel like you can get even more than 2 tanks, honestly. I think you can get like 2.5 tanks. All I know is I don't carry the bar oil because I don't need it. I'm not gonna be doing that much sawing up here. But yeah, the single point, this is not a how-to video, this is just sharing how I do things, you know?
Here in the West Coast.
Look at my top, it's leaning from the wind. All right, rope out. Oh yeah, awesome.
The last like 100 feet do look like they kind of, everything kind of looks like
This
it's
is why I don't do setters and getters, guys. Fucking hate this shit. This is so stupid, all
Means
this.
I can get it at like a 45 degree. I can't get it here. I could get
I
it
think
there,
I'm just
but
gonna
I
get
can
rid
it
of all
here.
of it.
I'm gonna top it right towards the Avant.
Look at that.
Nice job, Jake.
Thanks. It's kind of crazy. I feel like I only climb when we're doing YouTube videos.
You know, that's funny. It kind of seems like you do.
You feel that way too? Filming Randy, turn on the chipper. Seeing if he forgets the green button. Oh, by hand. Man, that chip truck holds a lot. And that thing's got a lot of room left. So people always want to know how much does it cost to cut down a tree. It's all about size and location. Like this tree is $2,500, which, you know, we've been working on it for like a couple hours, which might seem like a lot, but it's more than that because it's all about the equipment too. Like people might say, oh, you got it done so fast, but you know, you've got highly skilled workers and really good equipment. It tends to go fast. That's why you invest in those things. I'd probably be more like $3 grand, $3,500 for this tree, but we're actually doing the neighbors over here. That's a $3,500 job, so it made doing them together. You could do it for cheaper because it's less mobilization. We're here now. This essentially becomes a 2-day project. So the general rule of thumb where I live is like a tree service tries to do about 1,000 per man per day. It's been that rate ever since I started 14 years ago. It gets back to how much does a tree cost. It's all about location. This tree would be cheaper if I could fall it. If I didn't have to climb it, we could get it done faster. But you know, and it's also how much we're chipping the brush, this would probably be a $500 tree if I would just walked up to it and fell it and walked away. But the more work you put into it, the more it costs. This tree would be probably like $8,000 if it were growing through a deck or something, you know? So it's all about location and size, you know, how much a tree costs. And I always ask people to, like, you know, and I'll ask them, like I asked these people, like, do you feel like this price is reasonable? They were both like, oh yeah, absolutely. So I feel confident in my prices. That's why I talk about the pricing in my videos. I don't feel like I'm ripping anybody off. I know what this stuff costs. It costs a lot of money for everybody. So I get these comments from people in like the UK and stuff. They're like, oh, you're ripping people off. The rates are different where you live. Your trees are smaller and you're poor. So no, I'm just kidding.
And why do you even do tree work?
But if you live in my region, you'll know that I'm pricing the same as everybody else, really. We're all kind of doing the same prices, except for the guys that undercut everybody. But they don't really last long anyways. Their chipper breaks down and they got no money to fix it. I live in one of the most expensive areas of the country, the Seattle metropolitan area. Everything here is super expensive. Every house is like $1 million. But yeah, this is a $2,500 tree that I'm doing.
You're not price gouging?
I am. Except Isaac. He's price gouging. And that's the other thing. I only get like half the jobs I look at. I talk to other successful tree guys and they say the same thing. You know, if you're closing every single job, because a lot of people, they are just looking for that absolute cheapest price, you're probably losing money, because the truth is that if you get a bunch of bids, somebody will underbid it, you know? I also don't have any fancy sales techniques or anything. Maybe I could close more if I were a better salesman. One of the reasons I didn't want to run a tree service is I thought I couldn't sell tree work, because I'm not pushy at all. I just didn't think I could do it, but it's actually not that hard. I just tell them how much money I want and tell me if they want me to do it or not. So, but half the time they don't. They find cheaper people. But if you're getting every single job, you're probably doing it too cheap. And if you're not getting any of them, then you're probably doing it too expensive, you know, so.
I have a 134
That's a
IQ.
good,
I
that's
make
actually
money with
for
friends who barely
doing
have
bids.
IQ.
That's a really good line of thinking.
Finally dis-
How's it going, Em?
All right, I'm gonna blow the rest of this towards the
This
chipper.
guy just insulted the UK.
One.
I don't know if I can watch his streams anymore.
Every time you bring a bucket, it's like peanut butter jelly. These things go together. They don't ever leave each other.
What doesn't ever leave each other?
The bucket and the rake. He just brought a bucket over here without a rake. I'm just giving him a hard time because he made me sharpen a saw today.
Remember the great hedge of 2024?
I will not forget that anytime in the next 24 years.
How big was this hedge?
Have you ever heard of a little thing called the Great Wall of China?
Yeah.
It was at least that big. Like at least as big as a part of the Great Wall of China.
Yeah, it had some definite Great Wall of China features anyway. Nice job.
Right on their pavement. Crack that pavement open. My whole hand would be gone. Right?
I know what I have to do. It's just the functions aren't functioning for me the way I wanted to function.
Jacob's fault for breaking the law.
Oh, dude, I broke again.
Jacob, dude.
Isaac, it's really not cool when you blame your teammates.
Yeah, no, my bad, dude.
Coming up.
Boom.
Timber. Little free pruning on that Deodora.
We're gonna lose. I'm all right. Blork, I hope you're doing good too. We're gonna lose. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're doing good.
Happy with that hinge? So look, because we got it just past the middle here. See? Just past the middle. That's the tipping point. It's like, imagine if you had a dinner plate and you slid it off the edge of the counter. It wouldn't go until it got just past center, and then it would fall off. It's kind of the same concept. This thing is shredding.
Miss Cricket's trying to get a hold of you.
Text me. All right. Let's see. Thank you for the heads up, Em.
Once again, the idea is 20% the length of the tree for your log. It will land flat.
I'm all set, sweet.
Now
Thanks.
that I've said that, it won't land flat, but
That's how it goes. Second you say something.
that's why they get progressively shorter as we go. This one's a little bit long.
I'd say 1 or 2 more, you can fall it from the ground.
So in real life, you would be able to feel these cuts, and we're gonna need something in the game to expose this to the player in a way where that's intuitive.
You know, when I cut these from the ground, I like doing Humboldts because the face cut slides out on its own. But when I'm in the tree, a lot of times I do conventionals because if I need to get back behind this thing and push a Humboldt down here, I can't step up any higher. So I'm not like a Humboldt or a conventional.
If I'm
guy.
talking?
I do both. It's very
Uh-oh.
situational.
Let me see. Let me check out the stream here. Choppy, you say? Let's see. Hello? Hello? I hear me. Do you not hear me, Em? This tree they said was 40 meters tall.
That was pretty flat. I didn't think that one was gonna be flat because I said something.
Oh, she's
Nice job, guys. You really hammered through that brush.
Tiny Cricket's snapping.
I didn't want to say anything,
Taking
but
a little choco nap in the car.
When it was time to add.
I refresh. All right, welcome back, Em.
So I got the rigging line on here. I'm gonna rappel down off of it. I'm just gonna tie a munter's hitch. All you do is you basically make a loop and then you take this part right here and it goes like that. So I got 1 end here, 2 here, and then the carabiner just goes through this. This is a great way to rappel, but you can't like work off this or anything because if you let go, you're just gonna fall. But I can slowly descend this way. The main issue though with this is it coils the rope like crazy. But this is a pretty new rigging line, so I totally trust it to rappel down. It's very, very easy. Look at that. I'm just pinching it. I got a lot of control. You know what'd be cool is that big husky I told you not to bring. I remember that.
Hey, nice job.
Thanks, you too.
You did all right.
Kid's birthday party. Em's praying for you, Miss Cricket. My thoughts are with you.
Yeah! That's awesome. That's great.
That's pretty smart. That would be so hard to move on its own.
was saying that might be metal in here. I'm gonna use the stump saw. I'm still skeptical he ground both sides of that chain.
Yes, I did. It just wasn't slow for you because you were doing things instead of just sitting in front of a grinder.
You know what, Jake? I'm skeptical too.
You saw me. Wait, Randy, you were there.
It's crazy how this thing is not well balanced. Like, it's really tip heavy.
That's what she said.
You had to like force out that that's what she said, joke.
I was just trying to say without laughing.
Sometimes I'm watching my own YouTube videos and I'm just like shaking my head at how much I laugh at my own jokes.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I'm like, why is he laughing so hard?
I know, it's bad. So this is the stump saw. We use this for dirty cuts, dirty wood. Customer said he's pretty sure there's metal in this tree, so it's a lot easier to hand file with a round file. This is 36 inches. It's just pretty long, but it's skip tooth, so it's not that many teeth. Totally stock 66. We use this for cutting stumps super low. And it's also a half wrap. It's a stump saw, so it doesn't have as many mods as my other 661. Blast this one out of the water, but I'd rather dull this one than that one.
Yeah, I'd rather you do that one too.
Yeah. Randy sharpened this morning. See, this is where, like, the square, like, look at how I'm trying to get that corner, and it just rolls off the curve. It's so hard to cut in at an oblique angle.
7 consecutive streams from Nathir. Thank you so much.
Because it's better for carving face cuts.
Oh, by the way, guys, I ordered a... Ooh, look at that big old saw. Look at that. That's a Big Daddy saw. I ordered a green screen. It should be coming soon. Sometime next week.
You ready?
What day are we on? Yeah, I think Friday. So I'll have a green screen soon. Then I'll just be my floating head. Start wearing green t-shirts.
Strong wood.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Dude, they're taking so many chances with that pavement.
I had a lot of wood left. Yeah, all this crap here, but my back cut was low. I couldn't really see it that well. It's not the best cut, but all's well that ends well.
I mean, they could have easily cracked that pavement.
You guys want to try moving these?
Yeah. My end's a little weak, but it'll go.
You're like tiptoeing.
When your kid is hurting.
Oh God.
And there's nothing you can
It's a Shane Jude dude commercial. Skip. Oh God. Remember that one time you wore the green hoodie when we got our picture taken? Oh yeah, I forget where we were. I was invisible except for my head.
No way. Yeah. Oh, that's killer. Dude, that's wild. I've never seen that before.
That was awesome.
Oh, it's not. It's just gravel. It's not pavement. It sure looked like pavement to me.
All right, this guy's keeping the chips. Love it when they keep the chips.
What do they like? Keep the chips tree service? you know how Patrick has no add-ons.
Yeah.
Keep chip tree service.
Keep the chips. That'd be a good T-shirt or something. There's a lot of room in this truck still. That's crazy. I always look at
That's
this truck
just
and
my
think
face
it's
showing?
small, but it's actually not.
Mm.
No, this is a good, big size, good size.
Do I still have that green sweater? I wonder if I do.
Yeah, keep going. It's crazy these
You set it on fire, Nathir. You let it dry out and you torch it.
since getting the chipper. Got it. That job is done, and now we're gonna start on the neighbors. I'll probably wrap this video up here, but we got this cedar coming out, which we're gonna do this cedar today, but then we got these two firs next to each other. They're actually kind of big. We're gonna do the cedar and then call it a day.
But I know some of them cord it. It's more expensive to cord it, I think. But they chop it up into firewood for them. But they have a big fat machine to like mulch up the big pieces, I think. That's like got teeth. It looks like a circular thing. You got me stumped. I got you, Nathir. Woo! Look at that, shaking around. Oh, and he's doing it by himself. Nobody's helping him rope it down. That's crazy.
Nice. Nice. That was a lot of flip for that height.
Get up.
Yeah, man. Nice. Oh, weird. Yeah, a little knot there.
Super naughty.
Nice job, Randy.
Oh, you too. You killed it.
Thanks, man. You too. Well,
Minnie
that's it for
says
this
she's gonna
video.
brush the dog's
Please
teeth.
like and
Oh, well,
subscribe.
we'll
Check out
see.
My online arborist gear store, sappysupplies.com. You can also text or call 253-308-0325 for any questions about arborist gear. That's Tony, super nice guy. Let me know if you need tree work. I live Pierce County, King County area, Washington State. All right, well, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later.
I can't believe this.
Was that fun, everybody? Did you have fun watching that? Was that cool? All right, should we watch another one? Or should I watch some sort of like game making thing? Clog drain videos. I'm excited to watch a game being made about tree cutting. Idle Loop, thank you. That's me. This is the goal here. We're just working on some getters and setters stuff, which I hate. So if you don't care about somebody that hates that stuff and feels like this is a huge mistake I'm making, but we'll see. We've got the radius here. Radius. So radius doesn't show up in the exports. Dude, it's the worst. I might just completely avoid it. I hate it. It's stupid. It's annoying. It's creating all kinds of unexpected behaviors that I just don't want to deal with. Okay, so now we can get rid of these, and then we're going to see a bunch of red. And then this goes on the outside. And then we can get rid of this. And we can get rid of all this. Okay, so now we should just see a bunch of red. And we're going to get, this is going to be resource lumber radius. And then the rest are all coming from resource lumber as well. So essentially saying loop length, radius, height is not length. We have a separate height value, right? Did we add height? We added height. However, we don't have, so this should be height. Height is a 90. Width, height. So we need a getter for this. This is awful. Height. Height. And then radius. Bunch of radius stuff here. So how about we go like this? We say we do have a mass assignment here as well. This is also, that's for the lumber, so that's a physics setting. The mass calculation could come from the other thing, though. I don't know. What do we think? And that's for the joint. And that's using length. Okay. And length is here as well. And the width from resource lumber width. Okay. Lumber mass. Length. Times radius times radius. All right, that gets our mass. Okay, so we have a bunch of this math now happening on the getters and setters. Sorry guys, I'm not showing the camera today. I am sick, very sick. Beef flavored toothpaste. My relaxing videos are the Great British Bake Off. I made a game in 6 weeks and it made $1 million. You can do it too if you buy my course. Beef flavored toothpaste. Oh, to be a dog. To love unconditionally. Imagine that. Just have that built into you. I do feel like some dogs are too dumb to love unconditionally, though. I got opinions on that one now. I do feel like some dogs are just not maybe the brightest. So it's hard to know if they love you or if they're just dummies. Bob doesn't love me. He just knows I could potentially provide him with food. Pretty accurate. Man, I'm starting to follow this moon stuff really closely from the horse's mouth, so to speak. And it's wild to watch just the churning on YouTube of people just releasing clickbaity titles and stuff to try and farm as much out of what's happening as possible. This happens with every genre of anything now. Could be interested in tree cutting videos, right? Watch all these tree cutting videos and then dude, that's the next thing. Let's watch somebody clean up one of those yards. Front yard cleanup. These are great too. They're always getting threatened with getting arrested and shit from people that for some reason don't want them cleaning their neighbors' yards. Maybe they don't want, I don't know, maybe they don't, I don't know. It happens a lot where people will be doing these free yard cleanups for folks and then the cops get called on them. It's wild. His main channel does that. Yeah. Used to follow him on TikTok. Yeah. Let's see. Free yard cleaning old lady. These are always fun. These are like Power Wash Simulator, but for brush. Here, we'll do this one. This is a 4-minute long one.
I've been dealing with dark spots my entire adult life.
Dark spots. These ads, I don't know why they are for me.
Okay. Yeah, I saw how crazy the lawn was getting.
Yeah, I mean, I used to cut it. You know, I have a riding lawnmower, but instead I broke my hips. I fell off a ladder and broke both my hips, and I just started to walk again.
I was going to work really hard on blocking out my first 2 levels for Bouncelet today. What did I do? Wasted 8 hours trying to learn how to make tools to make the blocking out easier. Dude, these are the choices we make that, you know, in hindsight, it's so easy. Like if you were streaming that shit, right? That's the thing. When you stream the entire process of doing this stuff, you look like an idiot so often. And it's like, see, I told you should have done it the other way. And it's like, okay, dude. And then sometimes it works out. It sucks. It sucks. Well, I'm sure you learned a bunch, Greg, so no matter what, you're not walking away empty-handed, right?
Hey everyone, this is Spencer with SB Mowing, and I went to go knock on this door when I saw how overgrown the yard was when the neighbor across the street yelled over telling me it was vacant. I went to go speak with him and he told me that he used to take care of the lawn but broke his hips a couple of years ago and has gotten out of control. So I decided to take the job on but didn't know what I was getting myself into. The edges were 4 to 5 feet past the curb and there was so much dirt. The lawn was also just crazy tall. It took me 2 full days of work in about 18 hours, but I got it looking amazing again. So if you haven't done so yet, be sure to click that subscribe button. Is this the best way to support this work?
This is so important for somebody to be doing this for communities. Because even if it's vacant, it has this weird knock-on effect of reducing crime and like all kinds of weird side effects to doing this.
Work that I do. And stay till the very end of this video to see the awesome before and after pics. Hope you all enjoy this one. I'll see you next time. SB Mowing, out.
There's one guy, his thing is he keeps finding dead people in their house. It's like, oh, this lawn is overgrown and, oh, what's that smell? And it turns out someone's in the house dead. He's like the Dexter of lawn care. We do need a playback in the game, don't we? It's probably killing some habitat of like mice or something. All right, let's see how broken everything is. Everything crashed on me. We lost the video, boys. Infinite loop detected. Let's see. Resource lumber, extend. And it shits the bed. We're binding resource lumber. We're calling emit, branch, and emit extend. This includes the new resource lumber that we create. We add it. We put it here. What's the fucking problem? Dude, I'm going to get rid of these getters and setters. I never use getters and setters anymore. I just don't. I just don't do this. I can't stand them. It just, you think about, makes you think about
this
things
is
in
insanely overgrown.
Makes you think about things like way too, I don't know. It's like not causal. Like from a sense of like, I don't know. I don't know if I can talk about it.
With a remarkably
Stupid ads. Put this over here. Oh, bring it down. Watch commercial. The dad's a dumb guy. Wow. That's a silly sound. That's a silly sound. We add it. Wow. So branch works, or add base works. What if we branch? Branch don't work. Branch works. It could be a good one. I see what you did there, Greg. Whee! That's the funnest part. Why is he measuring everything with that? He's just mulching the crap out of that. Man, he's brave. He could totally ruin his equipment doing that. You never know what's in there. I wouldn't risk that. Not a bad job. It's hidden away. Oh, he's got more. There we go. Sorry, guys. Cutting off all the befores and afters. Wowzers. Types of damages from your mom. What are we talking about? Have you guys seen that guy going around cleaning up he's like cleaning up waterways in cities to making them so that people can skate in them. That guy's pretty cool. I think this might be the guy. Hidden Rocks, is there insurance? I don't know. He's not on a paying gig. Escape and Destroy is the name of this channel. Escape and Destroy. We'll put on one of his videos. He's pretty cool. Let's go to videos. Santa Barbara. He spelled Santa Barbara wrong. Los Osos. Man, these are all my old this is my old areas. This is weird. Let's check the Los Osos one. This is like weird.
Welcome back to another video. As you can see, I'm in a ditch right now. I'm down
As
here
you
in
can
Moro.
see, I'm in a garage with all my Lamborghinis, but it's not about the Lambos. It's about this wall of books here. This is how I made it. You can too. You just got to buy my course and have a big wall of books.
Family for Thanksgiving, and I figured I might as well get an episode for you guys. Me and the lady snagged a hotel for a couple extra nights, and yeah, we're gonna try to get this ditch scaped up. As you can see, there's a bunch of water. I came here yesterday to try to dam it up a little bit, hoping that that would stop it enough so that I could scape it and catch a session, but it didn't really work very well. But I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna try to dam it up a little bit more, compact it, and see if that works. I'll come back tomorrow and hopefully it stopped the water flow enough for us to get something going. Here's my little dam. Don't laugh at me. I tried.
What up, what up? Welcome back to another episode of Escape and Destroy, a series where I go around to overgrown skate spots, skate parks, DIYs, I landscape them up, and then I skate. I'm trying to get this ditch scaped up, but it's quite the uphill battle. There's just enough water trickling through, and I'm not sure that this whole dam idea is going to work out very well. But I'm going to give it a go anyways. Plus, I got another spot that I'm going to scape up for y'all, so it's all good.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have too much faith that this is gonna hold, but I gotta at least try. I don't know. Doesn't look like it's seeping through now, but we'll see. Let's go scape up another spot that I know of right now. Check it out. Spot number 2. Got some scaping to do. Don't know what that's supposed to be, but looks like we might be able to grind up the edge and lacquer it up, do some like board slides or feebles or something. And there's that little guy over there. That's a sand. Should be pretty quick. That thing's sick. Look at that. Nice. All right, well, let's get to scaping. I don't quite remember how I got the location to this spot. It was just a screenshot on my phone, but whoever gave it to me, shout out to you. I usually do a pretty good job at remembering who sends me spots, but I dropped the ball on this one. But regardless, it's a pretty sick little ditch. It mainly just needed a bunch of shoveling to clear up the concrete, but I also got all of the debris off of the sides, and then I ran my weed whacker over it to make it look better. Other than that, it was a pretty straightforward cleanup. There wasn't even a ton of trash to be hauled out like there usually is. That little bit that you saw me throw in the ditch was pretty much it. I was gonna grind down
and lacquer up a section of the ditch, mainly just because I wanted to use my fancy new toy. But I came here a little bit later in the day and I wanted to scape this place up and catch a session before the sun went down. And speaking of that, I freaking hate these early days. Used to get dark at like 9:30, and now it gets dark at 5:30. What's up with that? Anyways, I'm gonna start yapping for a little bit.
What's up with
and I'll
that,
tap back
Earth?
in with my thoughts and updates on things.
What's up with that, Earth? Dumb planet rotating on its axis. Looks better with the grass up there. I know, he threw it all down and then put it back up.
Loose debris off as I could before I started shoveling. But I'm gonna bring you guys forward and start getting all that out of here, and then we're gonna finish the weed whacking before we catch a session. So let's get it.
In case any of you guys are wondering why I haven't invested into a power sweeper yet, it's because I'm going to be shooting a video with the company here soon. And we're going to be using one of those power sweeper attachments in that video, and they said that I can keep it afterwards, so I'm pretty juiced on that. But until then, we're just going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way with the shovel and the blower.
Now we're doing a set here. Is this causing a problem? Why would we do this, by the way? Because we have a getter now. So I guess we don't need that. Let's see how this goes.
There's quite a thick layer of dirt right here. I was trying to weed whack as much off of the concrete as I could.
Damn it. Still opening a portal into infinity at some point. Now I wonder if this is simple as the getter. Let's go ahead and open it up. That's us, right? Type is not exposed here.
Alright. Debris, put it in the truck, and then finish getting this little bit of dirt out of the ditch. I really wanted to do some more weed whacking outside of the spot, but I'm running out of daylight and I got other things to do. So I'm gonna do as much as I can and then try to catch a session before you guys, before the day ends.
Now, we emit these signals, but we're not connected to them anymore. So theoretically, we could just get rid of these signals. Let's go ahead and close this all out. Go back. Load it all up. Alright, so then all these emitters can go away. Now, still don't know what's causing this, though. Output. LSP's horked already. Sweet. Add base. Bunch of shit about ancestors croaking. And then extend lumber. Branch lumber. Still shit in the bed.
Alright,
All right, let's do it. We'll do a return on add lumber here.
So I think I'm just gonna call it what it is. I wanted to take the ditch all the way around the corner so you could like skate the little hip and stuff, but I'm not trying to push my luck. So I'm gonna load up all my stuff and then we'll start getting some clips.
Truck's all loaded. Here's a quick before and after shot for y'all.
All right, let's do a return here. Let's make sure we hit this thing without crashing. Okay.
Irritating. Alright, that's a wrap for this spot. I think we got a pretty solid little sesh, cleaned it up for the locals. I'm gonna go stop by the ditch in Morro Bay just to see how it's doing.
Morro Bay, this guy's in my old hometown. Man, if I was still there, I'd ring him up, try to hang out sometime. That's crazy.
That's a bummer. It held quite a bit of water. I didn't put the
We
dam
just
up
can
high
we just
enough,
make
so-
video games and watch skate videos all day?
well,
Let's
it
do
is
it.
what is. All right, I'm not gonna give up on damming this up fully yet. I got an idea. I'm gonna take all of this dirt that needs to be shoveled out of the ditch, and I'm gonna go dam it up. Try to escape up as much as I can, and then see if that works. So let's get to it.
I know that
It
place.
didn't work like I was expecting. I didn't have high hopes in the beginning, but I definitely had a little bit of faith. And this is honestly to be expected. It's getting to the end of the year, so I'm going to be dealing with this a lot more. I figured I'd try to give it one more go and try to dam it up, but every time I would drop a load onto it, it would just release a lot more water. Maybe
Drop
if
a
I had
load, man.
really put a crap load of dirt on it.
All right, here's where I think it's all gonna go wrong. Right, we can get to here,
I didn't, so it is
and then
what it
after
is.
this,
And
it's gonna go
wheelbarrow
haywire.
right here is when I finally realized it was over with. I went up there and deconstructed my little dam. At least that was pretty satisfying to watch. And I'm not going to give up on this ditch, obviously. In fact, I'm going to come back here in a couple of days because I have a spot that I want to do that's close
This is where I
by.
think it's all gonna
obviously
break.
not going to be dry by then, but I'll keep my eye on it. And when it is finally dry enough, I'm going to definitely escape it up. Anyways, that's a wrap for today's video. I hope you all enjoyed it, considering how short and chaotic it was. As always, there's links down in the description if you would like to help support the channel and maybe snag a t-shirt from my merch store or leave a one-time donation to help with travel costs. And don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. It really helps the channel. And if you want to see more cleanups, hit that subscribe button and the bell notification so that you know when I upload a new video. Thank you all so much for the continued support. Much love, everyone, and I'll see you in the next one.
That's cool. That guy's a cool guy. Okay, so it's not anywhere here. It's not the mass. What is doing it? This is wild. I'm almost all the way through this whole thing. All right, coming down here. Let's see. Is there anything here that looks like it could trigger it? We do have these frums and these and then we grab the length after.
Hello. You want to play with me?
Oh God, St. Jude, skip it! Abort! No! Don't watch the St. Jude videos. We're okay. Watch another tree cutting video.
Literally don't even know what this piece is gonna do, but it will get to the ground one way or the other.
Beauty of trees, son.
Alright, good morning, folks. Got Big Flav working on syncing pack talks. We switched from the scenes to the pack talks and
To the hack
loaded up
talks?
so many issues. I'm about ready to
Is
just
that like some sci-fi thing?
spend the money on synetics or something. But anyways, here's the tree. Look at this.
All right, if it's what I think it is, this will keep working.
It's only about 45, 50 feet tall. Kind of trippy.
Yep.
Then you get up to it, and it looks huge from down here.
Now, do we make it this far?
So, it's a big Port Orford cedar. Looks like it was topped when it was really young right here. And that's why you have all these dog legs. But it's only about 45, 50 feet tall. The hard part here is obviously there's a ton of landscaping.
Oh.
There are a bunch of trinkets they moved. The white line.
Sure enough.
Because we're going to have a locate done. The utility company's going to come out and find the underground utilities before we grind the stump. We're not grinding the stump today.
Okay.
We're waiting for the just pluck these things out, but we would have.
Oops.
It actually, we were gonna look into getting like a road closure permit, and it was gonna be a lot of work, so we're just gonna Avant everything out. That'll be fine. We've got the tip truck and chipper. My winch keeps sticking because this button keeps sticking, and it seems really dangerous. So I cut that so nobody can use the winch until I get that fixed. Got the Chevy 5500, the Morbark 16-inch chipper, service truck and flatbed. And thank you. Sure. What you got that for?
I'm gonna kill the brush. No, that buoy hanging on the. I'm gonna unless he wants it like for some special reason.
No, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I just figured it's gonna be inevitably in the way, so I'm gonna cut off the buoy.
So we popped out this panel. We're gonna go between these Alberta spruce trees. They're so resilient. They won't care at all. And then we've got the grapple truck down there for the wood. But the big issue here is really the parking. We have to park across the street into this neighbor's driveway. The parking sucks, but we're making do. And since we've got the Avant,
It's weird the from and the to would do anything. But that's what's triggering it.
across the street into this neighbor's driveway. The parking sucks. We're making do, and since we've got the Avant,
But that seems to be it right there.
so we'll get everything out here, put the panel down.
All right, we're getting close to figuring out what the hell's going on here, guys.
Grind this stump on Monday, hopefully. I have to go to a tree ID class. I got to cram for CEUs in the next few months, so I'm gonna gear up and head up this
Got base.
big,
Base.
smallish tree. It reminds me of those redwoods we did a few months ago, where I was like, old growth redwoods in the title. They like look massive from here, and then you step back and they don't look big from a distance. So we'll see how it
From
goes.
resource
And then,
lumber would be empty.
I lost my oil cap the other day, and I was like, you know what? I just bought another 2511 rather than buying
Neighbor
the oil
2.
cap, because that's just how I roll.
And neighbor
No, I'm just
from.
kidding.
So right here we should be okay.
It's like 15 bucks, but
So we should be able
when I
to
bought my Echo, I bought it from Gordy, and he had 2 of these.
extend.
So I hit up Gordy. I'm like, hey man, can you sell me that other Echo? Because
That's fine,
you're
but
gonna
it's the
slowly
connection.
Start accumulating.
So if I get rid of this one,
Sean from Madsen supported both of mine. I think I
that works too.
Because he did a bunch of saws.
But then if I do neighbor 2,
my other one and this one, they're the same exact saw. But I'm gonna slowly
just to
start
confirm,
acquiring
the outputs
2511s and putting them in each of my trucks.
156,
I just think a
156.
really
Okay,
great
so
top
158
handle and a really great price.
That's cool. It hasn't been used yet.
or 157.
Cool. Here you go.
Extend.
We're thinking
All
about
right,
doing a
it's
video for
it's
Randy
saying
Guns,
the
our channel, for his
when you
first
set
video,
from
be like,
resource lumber neighbor 2,
just a bunch of clips of me,
and then you assign it to
building
resource
secret, yelling
lumber.
at you
That's
guys.
what's causing this shit to hang.
I'm looking for an editor if you're wondering.
But why?
He just does filming.
Why?
Need to expand his horizons.
Seems right.
Neighbor 2. Literally nothing else here. What about in our code?
For your channel?
Go. I'll go home. Me.
Neighbor 2.
Is it guilty or Randy?
Yeah, it's
What
a
the
picture of me
fuck?
by your subscriber. Like it's in your garage. By your 100,000.
Now it already exists. We're not emitting any signals when we set this. From resource lumber should exist.
This guy set a block in one of these.
Let's do this. What if we just try and print something out? Okay. Well, we crashed, so let's reopen. That looks like a fun one.
Globally supporting farmers as they transition.
Regenerative agriculture. I don't understand. They just like plants and shit. We gotta sell nature back to you now. We took it away, now we sell it back to you. It's...
My Echo used to be like. This thing is ripping.
Hey, Big Flav.
Do you want me to put a plywood
Yeah,
down?
you can set those down. I'll do the brush if you want to be on the Avant. I'll just.
Really?
Yeah. You got your CDL, dude. You're.
Oh yeah, big shout out to Big Flav. He got his CDL yesterday. Well, he passed the test.
I'll move a few branches. I gotta get back in the swing of it. I've been smoking cigarettes and just
Doing the CDL stuff.
Hanging out at Love's. Look both ways before you cross the street, young man.
Thank you. They actually didn't teach me that at CDL.
So it's the assignment. Neighbor 2. Let's just get neighbor 2. Okay, so we can grab it. It's a null value. Why does it not like the assignment? What happens if we grab a resource number? This is weird, guys. And just to confirm, if I go down here... I mean, what if I just do everything? Okay, so it's absolutely this assignment of the neighbor 2 on From Resource Lumber. Now, From Resource Lumber exists, and so does Resource Lumber. Is it possible they're the same value and we're somehow recursive? No, they're different. So I am assigning... Okay, what is... We're saying it's a resource lumber. So why is this breaking everything? So if I turn this on, we're going to get our infinite loop weird hang issue, and it's going to crash. There it goes.
Shoot, Jake.
Yeah?
Who is that wannabe climber that used to work here a few months ago? Yeah, I just saw him. He's trying to take his arborist test.
Oh, he passed.
Oh.
Yeah, shout out to Isaac. He got his certified arborist cert. It's so easy to throw your chain on these trees, cutting these little twigs. It's always the little twigs that throw your chain. It's always when you're at like some acute angle. Look how loose my chain is already. This is a new chain. I'm gonna either... Will you bring back a bar wrench, Big Flav?
Yep.
I am 100% gonna throw this chain if I don't tighten it soon.
Should we do that in the game, guys? Should we have it where you can unhitch the chain? And like you've got to tighten the chain and all that kind of stuff. Do we need that in the game? I mean, the tree itself is sort of the antagonist of the game, at least for this idea. Neighbor 2. From Resource Lumber, Neighbor 2. Let me try this.
Trying to be the coolest. No, I don't need to work out for hangers.
Hangers look out for me.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the one I'm standing in is a good rigging point?
Yeah. I think it's a great rigging point.
Why are any of us cutting trees? That's a good
You're
question.
online. When you get that, show the people Adam Perry eat your heart out.
Why are we cutting trees? What are we doing in our lives? Interesting.
I totally forgot to look at the knot.
So if I change the order,
I was like, I'm gonna show them the knot, and then literally 1 second later I forgot and just dropped
See,
it.
you just don't want me to have my own channel. I get it.
so if
Dude, I don't wanna be
we,
the third best
what if it's an
knot
order issue?
I could probably honestly count on one hand,
No
two
way.
hands max, how many knots I use.
No,
before
it's how, it's that we're doing it to
I
two
learned
different
so
ones.
many, like in my early days. I learned
Why
so
the F
many-
is there a video of cutting down a tree? Because we're working on a game where you cut trees down. It's research. Let me show you a clip or two here. I'll grab a clip. Thought it was Unity at first glance because of the color scheme. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thought it was Unity. I'm kidding. It's all about just producing something. Here's what I can show you. Okay, so this is the tree editor here. We go boing, yoing, yoing, yoing. So we're working on creating trees. We have joints going together in physics bodies, and we can slice the tree up using a chainsaw here. And so we're just trying to work everything together into a system of making a tree so that we can have a single real tree to deal on. And we're just kind of running into some weirdness and dealing with it. So if we set the from lumber here, add the base. Let's do that. And then we extend the lumber. It doesn't crash. So this is interesting. So if I set one or the other, it's fine. Extend the extension. But if I set both, that's where we crash. From resource lumber, neighbor to resource lumber, and then resource lumber, neighbor from resource lumber. And it's acting like we're opening up a portal into infinity, and somehow we overflow or something. The reason I'm doing this is because it would be nice to know who we're connecting to. Neighbor from. Do we ever use neighbor to anywhere? Negative, but we do use neighbor from, right? Yeah. Of course we do. Okay, so the important one is neighbor from. Everything else seems to be fine. Let's go ahead and see if we can extend this lumber out. Get back to making a tree again here, boys. Looks like we're almost back in business again. Extend. And we end up with some numbers. Yep. And we keep extending. And we keep extending. And so on and so forth. And their friends call their friends. And their friends call their friends. And so on. But our radius isn't changing. Bottom radius, top radius is the same as our original, right? Lumber mesh. Yeah. So our radius value is bullshit. Let's take a look at radius. We're using width. We have a getter for width. If it's an extension, we're getting it from neighbor from. So we should have a reference to that, and then we're okay. Width, neighbor from. Getter, if extension, neighbor from. We can't tell what we are. We do export value type under relational. Let's see what we have under relational. So loop here, relational type is Uno. Uno puts us at what? We are an extension, which means we should be doing this math here. Neighbor from width. Raw. What about length? Is length working right? We show length and we show width. We have different values here. Look at this. Is it possible that the timing of us doing this is what's breaking it? Are we doing this before we set the from? And that's why everything goes wrong. And it is before we set from. Since we don't do that first or before, everything goes to shit. So, is there any problem with us setting this before? No matter what, this has to happen before everything else here. Do any of these things need to happen in before? No, not anymore. So this can happen in this order instead. Like this. And we can put this up here now. Okay. That should fix our issue. If we add one more extension, it should just fix everything. No Ghostwriter. Nothing else refreshed. So we don't refresh when we extend or branch, which we would want to do. When we connect to extend and branch, we're just firing add lumber, but it does not do a refresh. A refresh would go through every single thing and update it. So in add lumber, extend and branch, this is correct. Maybe we should have a flag for when this does get called. Maybe we could flag the refresh. What do we have that calls refresh right now? Just when resource update. Resource update is called. So if I just update a resource value, even if it's one that we're not going to keep, it should call the refresh. Negative resource update. Oh, that's right. We don't even need this anymore. Well, whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. But if we do set it, as long as we don't set it in here, which we don't, we're always grabbing it. So please excuse me, I'm going to use the old crapper. So the whole reason I'm even doing all this in the first place and changing everything and breaking what I had is because, in case some people don't know, what I'm trying to do is make it so that I can just save a branch and then reload it and just start adding a bunch of designed branches onto a tree so we can get started on working on everything else. So weird gap here in between everything, but I think that's because our calculated values and what we're doing on the meshes is wrong. Because we're slowly extending the height and we're seeing that we're not getting that height set on those things. So what was I let's go ahead and imagine having a tree in a tree game. I know it's a wild concept. We'll get there someday.
Now it's for so many applications, and now I use like bowline, cow hitch, timber hitch, bowline on a bite, anchor bend. That's it. Press, like press it knot.
I don't know. I could probably count on like 5 to 10, 20 hands. The amount of knots I use.
Too bad I've only got 8 toes, so otherwise I could count on all those.
Count on all my hands and toes.
Yeah.
You're clear.
Field research, like out on the street. Yeah, I should have just left it like I was actually out there cutting a tree down, Medusa. Although I've done a lot of this stuff. Not climbing a tree like this though. But I have cut like 1 million branches down in my property. Because I have like 1,000 trees here.
I got like a shield.
Are these piles getting outrageously big for you? Are they like good enough to handle for the machine?
Yeah, they're like gliding through.
Space mushrooms. I'm already considering, because we talked about Rob. We've talked about what was it? Thanks for the three consecutive streak, by the way. But yeah, we've talked about maybe that because you can possibly die in the game, or you can like cut, a buddy or whatever. So we're talking about possibly making it where you're like robot arborists, like humanoid robot arborists. So maybe going something weird with that in the game isn't that bad of a thing if we go that route. Because we got to keep that below the. We don't want a high rating on this thing if it ever came out on console, right? We want to. It just seems like a stupid plan to make a game that's appealing to even like little boys and then be like, yeah, you can't play it. It's too graphic for you. And little girls. I don't know why I'm gendering it, but how did Portal handle it? They just didn't show anything. I mean, that's the benefit of just being single player first person, right? Ropes are going to be the next thing we work on once we get everything else going.
Right here, I am going to tie these together though, because it's notorious for splitting out on unions like this. Really easy to tear out a union on a tree like this when you got that tight V shape down there.
Did you want a separate rope, or are you just going to use the
I'm going to use the sling.
The sling
like,
to do your fancy footwork.
Yeah. Actually, I can actually use this.
There's a global resource update called Changed or something, right?
Now I'm going to do a cow hitch.
I can't remember. Does anyone know?
Half-inch block and sling. Can tie cow hitch. stripping that one, and then that'll be it's already tied on.
Changed. So for each of these, we're going to emit change. Then we can just connect to the change signal. So when any value changes, we're just ready to go. Now, we'll only emit on branch and lumber. So when those two, but that's the thing. I don't know, guys. Hang on. I don't know. Maybe we do want emissions on. I guess we can emit change on everything. That'll be fine, right? No possible way to have infinite loops there. Set value. Emit changed. Emit changed. Emit changed. Emit changed.
Bushy, brushy tree that the branches are a lot heavier on this tree than a similar tree. Like it's just so many branches, it's so much weight. If I
How you doing, Medusa?
I bet you anything my rigging spar would break.
I don't want to do a changed on emit extend.
Ready, Scorcher?
Scorcher on the line, ready to scorch. You're so locked off.
These little marks here, because it's kind of stringy wood, and I don't want it peeling down into my foot line. So that keeps the bark from peeling down, which it wouldn't have done anyways. You'd know because this bark chunk is missing here. Little thingy, don't even worry, Randy. I'm not gonna hit you.
Taking care of things. Finally went to the doctor. Doing good. Tidied up the apartment. Got out of my rut. Enjoyed a game of Nine Kings for 7 hours straight. All night. Dang. Impressive. Most impressive.
Exceptional
Fancy feast.
variety.
For your pussy. Enjoy a fancy feast. Cricket's about to. Cricket, careful, buddy.
Already got 40 comments.
Oh my gosh.
Fancy feast. So our collisions. Cylinder mesh. Collision shape. Cylinder shape. Height radius. So that should be for the collision.
Do you want a 6-footer or a 12-footer?
It doesn't matter to me. If that's a 12, do a 12.
This is a 6.
Do a
All right, let's look at the collisions.
I mean, actually, let me hold on. Do you think you can get a 12-footer out of here, or would you like 2 6s?
No, all kinds of stuff is wrong. We're not setting the height of the collision shape, are we? Height. Resource lumber height.
You think I should do a 13 then?
Yeah, I think so. Just because it's like
Length width. Height is 0. Bro, what?
it'll just be better all around. I feel like.
Yeah.
We have length. Is length our height? I think it is. I feel like height is the right word.
Yeah, I think that's probably the
But maybe length is better because it could be any direction.
And you're like on the verge of tipping. If you curl it a little more, now you can suck it in, and if you get more power and less tippiness.
Get rid of height. LSP fell to parse scripts.
Yep, you're all clear.
Just 60 comments.
Must be nice.
The comment section's getting a little too positive. I think I gotta make it a little less obvious.
If you're looking for negativity, we can definitely help you.
Oh, what a big old tear out in this thing.
It's gonna. No one can hear me, can they?
I can hear you.
A little bit.
I can hear you fine. I hear both of you guys.
Everything that we're calling, though, says height. So should we just embrace height? Beginning to feel like maybe we should. Uh-oh, she's hung. There we go. Now we got collisions set up, right? Okay. So branch is working again. Let's go ahead and run the scene. See what we end up with. Let's save this. Save as, and it's looking for tree 2, right? All right, we're a tree again, baby. Okay, so why did we do all this? Well, in theory, what we're trying to do... Now, if each branch has an array of every piece of lumber on it, maybe that's all we need. And then we'd be able to save the branch and then just add branch lumber. We could click on branch lumber, it'll create a new branch for us, or we can click on add branch lumber and we can load one. How about that? That seems like a good way to go. Oh God, what is with these fucking St. Jude commercials? God almighty, I can't watch them. And cough medicine's kicking in. Getting loopy as hell here, boys. I guess the bottom should be a branch, not an extension. So let's set up the bottom to be a branch, baby. So when we add base, it's not extension, it's branch. Okay. Also, probably a good idea right now to commit. So working on new system for adding saved ranges. Title. Oh, you got the sickness. Oh yeah, dude, I'm sick as hell, man. I am screwed up. Sickest dude on Twitch. Sick chill whatever stream. It's weird the new viewers that this title is bringing in. What is that about? Welcome in everybody, by the way. Lots of fresh new faces in the chat. That's nice. That's interesting. And I'm not showing the camera either. Is that another way to gain viewers? Don't show my ugly mug. Sounds like Jotson's demo is going well for Next Fest. I'm really happy for him. Let me do a shout out to Jotson. Everyone knows Jotson, but if you don't know Jotson, it was nice having you on the stream, and I'll see you every once in a while when he raids me. Did the shout out work? Let me try it again. Jotson. There you go. Wishlist the mailroom. There's a link to it there. It's got a demo on Steam. It's available to wishlist there, and you can play the demo. It's a Next Fest thing, so definitely play the demo and review. And also, yeah, give Johnson a follow on Steam if you're not already. You're definitely funnier. I don't know, man. I don't know. Am I? Do I make you giggle? That's good. That's good. I'm trying to stay positive. I'm coming up on very not funny, haha, funny sad. Schadenfreude. Come for the code. Stay for the Schadenfreude. Feeling bad about your life. Watch cricket. He's making a game. He doesn't even have a side job. He has no money in the bank. He's he's doing everything wrong. Even when he's deving the game, he's doing it wrong. Ah, man. Well, what's funny about all this, too, is the line count keeps shrinking here. Resource update, I think we can get rid of now. So let's go ahead and do that. 18 lines here we can just get rid of. Yeah, 202 for this whole editor. It's not bad. Obviously, we're not counting the additional resource stuff that we've built. So in theory, if we do this again, if I'm doing this right, we can change the size of the base and the rest of the stuff will change as well. Let's extend and extend. And now let's change the size of our base to be a big old chunky MFer. Set width. Nothing happens. Let's go back over here on tree editor. Nothing happens. Bind. Oh, whoops, we're repeating ourselves here. This is changed. And then this is going to be refresh. Goes to the store. Get well soon. All right, too, Bob. Have a good one. Cough, cough. Email me address. Okay, cough. Got to run to the store. All right, Bob. I pushed another fix yesterday for one in your entry. Errors are bugging me. Likely never use anyways. All right, I got to pull down those changes. Let me do that. On stage changes. Oh, I got to misc. Pull. Oh, I guess you haven't pushed them yet. Yeah, Bob. We got to regroup on all of that before. Once I'm done with the editor, I'm going to go back to the game code. So we got to get back on the same page for that. Otherwise, we'll step on each other's toes. Branches Bob. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, I mean, so long as if you're not touching the editor stuff and everything, we're not stepping on each other's toes anyways right now. So we'll be okay. So I guess I'll just pull your changes in or whatever. We'll figure it out. All right. Are you going for the thing? Let me check my email. Totally not. All right. Hang on. I'm checking something, guys. Send and receive. How do I update the inbox here? Refresh. I don't see your address. That's weird. I thought I sent it. I swear I sent it. Hang on. Sent. $2021. Sent items. Sent messages. It says I sent it. Huh. That's weird. It sent it to a totally different email address at your domain than the one you sent from. Oh, no problem. It's very generous of you. Yeah, dude, this is weird. I didn't get a bounce either when I sent that. Let me reply. It's doing it again. Hang on. No. I got this. I'm a capable person who knows how to email. All right, I'm going to do it again. That's weird. I'll send you the email address it put in there as well. Seems like it was using okay. And send. Okay, it says it's sent. Also me. Okay. I sent it again to the address. Let me know if you got it. And then I'll reply to the ordinary person's email. Okay. Okay. All right, let me get the Here you go. I'm replying. Okay. Well, no, thank you. It's a very generous thing, and I really appreciate it. Jealous girlfriend. Our affair has been discovered. All right, so it says branch, then we extend. Now, if we change the branch size, yeah, look at that. Okay, this is what we want. So everything dynamically changes. Okay? This is all good. Okay, so what I'm thinking is each branch stores a reference of every single extension, and therefore every single branch. We're very close to getting this back in order here. All we have to do is make one beautiful branch. Oh God, now we're getting threats. Now it's turning violent.
Coming up, hold on. Ah, it's wrapped around my neck.
Give me that ring in my massacre. How much is free move when I release this? Would you say we're halfway brushed out?
Close, but no.
Just wondering if we're gonna hit it. Looking at the chip track, it's looking about 50% full. Maybe we'll just throw whatever is left over in the bottom of the grapple truck. Nice. Just gonna cut one little thing. I'm gonna throw this on the top. Look at this.
What if you like totally just threw it at me? Like, I was like, ah!
We're just right into the fence.
Yeah, just, nice toss, Jake.
Yeah. You know what I should have got? I should have grabbed that little armor crate.
For a
Like to
slow down line?
Yeah, for a slow down.
It's all good. I'll take my leave. What's going on? I don't know what's going on right now.
My little softcore lanyard. Just we'll just chip that little scrubby one, but that big one, that's good timber.
Colt, what's up?
13 foot.
See, this is interesting too, like trying to get it so that, like, let's say there's a fence and so you can't put the equipment all of the equipment inside of an area, and so even navigating in and out of stuff with the branches, cut sizes, and all that stuff for the timber that you have to deal with, that would be interesting. So that alone is like its own set of problems, besides removing the components of the tree. So even if the problem isn't, oh, we can't, like, it's not a very hard tree to cut down, but it's like removing the lumber is the challenge. Nathir, how's it going? How's that cough? It only flares up at night mostly. I've got like a sore throat, and it's weird because like my kids have had this thing for 2 weeks. So in general, I'm just feeling really weak and tired. Like I can't. It's that kind of like you feel all frail and like a 90-pound old man. You know, like, you know what I mean? So I just feel really frail and weak, but judging from my children and everything, and every day I wake up feeling more sick. This morning I almost couldn't talk. But if I follow the same path as my wife and my kids, then I'm gonna end up like real phlegmy and like a bronchial cough, like a deep in the upper chest kind of cough. So looking forward to that. It's not COVID. It's not the flu. Sounds like I have the same thing iHeart Funny Boys has. By the way, let me do a shout out, even though iHeart's not streaming right now. Do a shout out to iHeart Funny Boys.
I wish you would have like thrown it over there. Go fetch.
You can burn a few calories.
Yeah.
Might come off kind of weird. It's very weirdly weighted, but
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be tip heavy, no matter where you attach it. That's heavy brush out there.
Yeah, it'll make it to the ground though. Okay, go ahead and lift that up.
Yeah, wire up.
Hey, while you're at it?
Yeah, wire up. Okay. Not a branch on earth that stands a chance when I decide to kick it.
Let it down a little bit. Perfect.
Nah, it's not COVID. It's not the flu. Just some winter bug that's going around. It'll be gone easy peasy. I can't though. I got it. My kids, you know, they were sick, so they missed school. And then if I'm sick and they miss school because of me, then, you know, I can't take a week off. So I just can't.
Make a YouTube channel.
Become someone someday. You're on?
Yep. Doing my undercut. Undercut makes me sound like such a logger. Dude, that was a really good call.
Kids are smart enough. It's my son. I got to stay on my son. He's at a young age. Everything he learns now, it gets harder if he doesn't learn it now later on. So I got to stick with it on him. I eat 4 boxes of Gushers and crank one out every 6 hours. Crank one out? You mean make a confessional? Speak to Jesus?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna take the top out and then just do one really big, gross, weird cut.
Gross brush pick, but we can process it on the ground.
Yeah.
I got you on the dark soda thing. We're all set there, Greg. It only works if I think about the marginally attractive next door neighbors frozen in time and I can do whatever I want. And the sickness just floats away. Great. Oh, isn't there a movie about that? There's a movie where a guy like freezes girls and then poses them and draws them. Time Stoppers? Is that what it's called? I've never seen it.
Yeah, I couldn't care less.
That's the climber attitude.
Then they get really old. The girls do? Well, that's fucked up.
Compression is on this. So my plan is to cut, and if I start to get pinched, I cut somewhere else. Like when they grow like this, it's very hard to tell where it is. I literally don't even know what this piece is gonna do, but it will get to the ground one way or the other.
I've been dealing with dark spots my
Oh,
entire adult
wrong
life.
movie.
Nothing.
No, it's like a retail store or something. Probably get myself on a list. Take it, dude. Yeah, man. That's when you're poor. Those are the fantasies you have when you're a kid and you have no money, and you just dream about. I remember I used to dream that, or I used to pretend when I was in a retail store that anything I could touch, like one thing and take it home, it would just appear at my house or something. It's something like that. Oh, my mom's shoes are up there. We're not healthy here, guys. I got to tell you, there's some supposed theory that like people think that you never die because some other instance of you exists in some other timeline or some bullshit. We're so sick. Cashback. That's the one. Yeah. Now, lumber mass. And that's because it's okay. That's fine.
those. You can see them.
Yeah, I do feel like the whole the theory of like, what's the one we're living in a simulation, or that something about the the singularity one. A lot of these things are just how we're witnessing the techno version of religious beliefs starting to build, based around computing and such, where we're witnessing the birth of new religions almost. This is the I mean, if you think about it, like the death of Jesus and then the New Testament writings and all that stuff was much later after Jesus died, right? So all this time to formulate some sort of like system, right? So it feels like that's kind of what we're watching begin right now.
Look at those were tight together when I cut them. That was a weird cut, but we got it done. It's like, you know, they write these rules for tree work and then you run into something like that and it's like,
Show me the rule book now,
yeah.
Jerry Veronin.
That guy did so little to contribute to the industry.
I'm glad someone said it out loud. The quiet part out loud.
He wrote like one book, one little book.
One little book.
Some people call it the Tree Bible. I'm like, dude.
You think writing a book is hard? Try making a YouTube video.
Can you reach that, or is that no?
Of course I can.
I was gonna climb it like this.
Yeah, moron, writing books. I think it's minor and a bunch of nonsense. And that's what they said about the Christians in the early days.
On Tuesday when you were climbing, I was like, will you just go down and let me chunk your tree?
Give it time, Nathir. Soon there'll be some fucking techno crusade.
I get it. Now you're completely off the ground. Oh yeah, that's gonna make it. If you are you gonna go out backwards or forwards?
I can back out.
Right? That'll be their marching song. Some guy on a fucking Casio keyboard. Charge! With the techno Viking to the lead. So maybe if we set, this would be neighbor 2.
I think on this one I'll probably just ask Big Flav to hold this rope. Maybe cut this thing like in half or something.
When you get a chance, when you're done with that, I want to take a look at the left front tire. I think there's hydraulics fluid leaking on it.
I think neighbor 2 needs to be an array. I think that's part of our problem.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
I know that inside that little door right there is where the hydraulic tank is. I don't know if that is relevant or not. Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, it is just seeping a little bit, but it's not very obvious. Yeah, it's this right here. There's an O-ring on it, so it probably just needs to be replaced.
Well, if that didn't happen, then we wouldn't have the Mormons.
What's happening?
Mormonism is cool because it's like a science. It feels like this a science fiction version of it's like extended lore. It's like, oh dang, there's all this like DLC, this Jesus DLC I didn't know about. Yeah, DLC. So cool. I remember the first time I found out about that from some guys that were doing their mission, and they came up to me. I tried to avoid them, and I ran across the street, and then they ran across the street. I'm serious. And then I ran across the street again, and then they ran across the street again. I'm not even joking. That's literally what happened. They finally came up to me, and they were like telling me about everything, and I was like, "Wait, what? That's what you believe?" I was like, "Oh, that sounds really rad." And so they they gave me the Bible, and I was like more interested in it from like a lore dump than anything else. I was like, "This sounds fucking cool." Like, hell yeah.
Least favorite part about the cold. I love the cold. Other than that, my body was hot, dude. I sweat in like.
I know, dude. I got in the bucket truck the other day. You had driven the bucket truck, and you had the cold, you had the cold air blowing in it.
Oh,
I was like, what the heck? And then I got in the chip truck. For whatever reason, we did the swap, and you had the AC blowing. And I'm like, dude, it's like 40 degrees outside.
I'm just chilling.
Here's the sling you wanted.
I love that you carried a freezing cold chain all the way here.
You want this one, or do you just want it?
When I use that thing, I'll ask for it.
There's nothing like a complimentary third night on select bookings made through Amex Travel.
If dudes talked about the Bible like they do Star Wars and the MCU, oh god, I have to see this.
Bible yet? What? Dude, it's been out for like ever. Oh, dude. Okay, it's a little corny, but I do think it's worth starting with Genesis, bro.
Leviticus, Numbers, skip up.
No, you can skip
up.
This is so funny.
It was written a while ago, so there's some things that are like, wouldn't fly in 2025.
The one chick in the Old Testament. You
Ruth?
like Ruth. You like Ruth.
Oh,
like
Ruth,
women.
yeah, there are
Ruth,
girls.
There's women.
People say there's not girls.
There's not girls. Dude, she got Esther. No, that's what I was thinking. Esther.
She's a baddie too. I'm not a super big fan of all Paul stuff, like the epistles.
But the fact that he went from Saul to Paul.
Bro, spoilers, dude. She hasn't gone there yet, dog. Don't think about what we just said. Like, just don't try to forget about it.
But how many fish do you think he had starting out? How many? How many? Take a guess.
This is gonna blow your fucking mind. One of my favorites is Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. When you get there, bro, just call us and we'll read it with you. Because you might want to try this. Like, you start with Genesis and then you go Matthew, and then you go Leviticus or Exodus, and then you go Mark, and it's like you're going back and forth like on Memento. You seen Memento?
It's like Memento.
It's like Memento. Neighbor 2, extend. And then we crash. Huzzah. Pretty much. Let's try it one more time. We crash.
Yeah, I can't get over when you said that because I was thinking like, you know, Fellowship of the Randy. Like,
So good. Battle of the Five Randys. I mean, just for Lord of the Rings.
Just got a Roku TV. It has a Twitch app, but you can't sign into your account. They offer a daily watch count and their own monthly charge. Yeah, it's not Twitch official. It's just some guy who made something.
The Randy said. I think that's a perfect way to start. The Randy Strikes Back. Return to the Randy.
Now, it is an export. I wonder if this is something to do with it. Let's get rid of the export value.
Strikes Randy. The city comes to shut him down.
That's gonna be me shutting you down. Hey, if you start a YouTube channel, I just want you to know that when we're filming videos for your channel, I am gonna be a completely different person.
I hate to break this to you, but like when I do start my channel, I'm never having you on it.
Okay, so something about it being an export. But then it won't save. But then it won't save.
Like I'm not Jake, I'm Jacob right now.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. Coming up with the titles is the hardest part about making YouTube videos. I swear. And you have
I wonder what the follow and subscribe actions do. Oh, that's a good question. Did you get any follow notifications? Nope. They don't. They do diddly squat. It's weird. I think I have a Twitch Roku thing, and it works fine. I think I'm signed in. I didn't give him any money.
Brokeback Randy is good. I like that one. No Country for Old Randy.
New Pro Plan Advantage. 3-in-1 digestive.
Wait, if that's the case, then maybe I can say neighbor from.
Like, we're joking about it, but it would honestly be awesome if you actually made a YouTube channel and all of your video titles were just your name into movies. Saving Private Randy.
Saving Private Randy. Dude.
Not even Ryan, which is your real name.
Oh, yeah. That's so cool.
It would be Saving Private Ryan crossed out and then put Randy.
Yeah.
Snow Randy and the Seven Dwarfs.
Snow Randy. Yep.
I just love the idea of calling your channel a spin-off.
Should I just say hi? Welcome to my spin-off show.
Dude, having a spin-off YouTube channel. Imagine if you did songs too. Then you really got unlimited options, you know? Like Stairway to Randy.
I thought you were saying if I like played my instruments that I'm so good at on like if I did songs. Like I opened with my flute.
All right, I get it. It is recursion. And it is because of the export value. That's what's causing the recursion. I understand now. I get it.
It is a good idea, but I just don't think I have what it takes.
It's a spin-off of your third favorite arborist YouTube channel, B-list YouTube channel. Think about your third favorite arborist on YouTube. Yeah, he's got a spin-off show now. Guilty of being. You guys want some lukewarm dry chicken?
I was gonna say no, but I hate lukewarm. But the fact that it's dry, absolutely.
Dryness makes up for it.
I have steak. More bite?
It's dry.
It'll just be crazy if I do get a spin-off because every time I work for you, I'll be like, folks, don't watch this show.
Got your tree down, screwed up your whole yard too, free of charge. I know. The thing is like, I worry about these guys because they're joking and stuff so much. And then one of these days, they're not going to be paying attention and a fucking tree, part of the tree is going to land into the side of the house or something. But yeah, they are tearing up this guy's yard.
It's just how I roll, dude. I don't need spurs. I totally tried stepping into that thing. I get so dude, he scared me.
Sorry, I was just presenting you with your saber.
Thank you. It's a beautiful Randy.
There's a lot of it.
It's unlimited, dude. Sisterhood of the Traveling Randy.
Randy Act, some sister. You just got my mind going for just.
I saved this one last because this one is over the roof. So, by clearing all this, like, look how big my drop zone is now.
Yeah, a lot of cedar trees, evergreens tend to release a sort of toxin that kills plant life around the base anyways. It's possible.
I just watched that on vacation in Hawaii, The Fifth Element.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in forever. Is it good still?
Yeah, it holds up. My wife had never seen it, so I was like, "You gotta watch it. It's good. It's still it holds up." Bruce Willis kills it.
Anchor Randy.
Anchor Randy. Talladega Randy.
Dude, what if you got more subscribers than me? You'd never let me hear the end of it.
Like honestly, it's not if, it's when I do.
I love the big talk. You don't even have a
Branch and then, okay, I got it. I know how I'm going to do it.
You know what'd be awesome is if this video came out and everyone went to Guilty of Randy and just I didn't have one video but I got 1 million subscribers. just people started subscribing to it.
and unsubscribing to me.
I didn't want to say the quiet part out loud, but yeah.
The inevitable part out loud.
Yeah.
So branches is an array of resource lumber. Oh God.
Gaza is at a tipping point.
I'm gonna. All right. So we need a resource tree. We need a resource branch now. Let's do that.
Whole new channel. Like my videos are the exact same, but I'm like, we're trying something different. A spin-off of a spin-off of a B-list YouTube channel.
What do you want to do when you grow up? I'm going to be on a YouTube channel.
Not even half the YouTube channel.
I'm be on it. My counselor would just kill me.
You guys still talk?
Yeah, we had a really good relationship once. You know, they told me that I'd never amount to anything in my life.
We had a really good relationship once, and then he went to prison.
No, really. One of my teachers told me I won't amount to was younger.
Really?
Yeah, I was sleeping in her class, and she like woke me up. She goes, "You know what? You'll never amount to anything in your life." In front of the whole class, I got
Dang.
up and just walked out.
Now you have an 1890.
Yeah. I'm like, never amount to anything. Yeah, right. Check this out. I'll chip you.
That is a crazy thing to say to a kid, though. Contact her. You said I never amount to anything? Well, I just started a spin-off of a YouTube channel.
I just started a YouTube spin-off channel, so how about that? Like, if I get 10,000 subs with no video, that would be crazy, dude.
That would be crazy. That's the crazy thing about YouTube. It's so hard to get started because, like, if you try to search for a YouTube channel that doesn't have any, like, following, it's so hard to find. Like, I couldn't find Guilty of Randy when I searched for it. Like, it's really hard to find stuff on YouTube if it's not in the algorithm. This thing is a Port Orford cedar, right? It's got, so I'm like up here and I'm like, it kind of looks like a Hinoki cypress up here. I don't think you're whipping that to me. Unless you think
Beg
so?
to differ, but you are on.
Hey,
yeah.
All right. So we've got resource branch, an array of resource branch, and then resource branch is an array of extensions.
It's kind of my persona. It's kind of who I am.
My whole personality is being a YouTuber.
Hey, come check out my YouTube just to check it out.
It's nice to be comfortable and be able to joke about that stuff, I suppose. Lumber. It's an array of resource lumber. Every piece of every branch has a list of its extensions. So we'll call it extensions. How about that?
That's what she said.
You were probably so mature in grade school.
So, export an array of resource branch.
I come close to you?
No. It's all good. I kind of knew that one would be a little gnarly, but I need that timber.
So if we add a branch,
This one might need a tagline. You want me to put one on?
Yeah, I'll take the sling and the...
You want the sling or the soft core?
I'll take both. It was so funny when you asked if you could have my old play button.
I
Can
still have
this?
it.
I know. I think it's hilarious.
I'm gonna put it in my new shop, along with my other one that I'm gonna get from not having any subscribers.
I'm just gonna do a.
You're just gonna do a 6-footer?
Yeah, I think that would just be safer. I don't really think I need a tagline on this one, actually.
No, I don't think you do if you do a 6. Alright, it's gonna come back. Watch out.
Yeah, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me, dude. I am so tough.
You get that big slave?
Oh yeah.
See my little hip move? I hit
It's Chun-Li's birthday tomorrow, everybody. Happy birthday, Chun-Li.
I don't do that anymore.
I don't run rope like that anymore.
I only run zipline these days, which I am going to start saying, please hook it on your bridge. Are you serious? Dude, that's gonna...
Yes, from Street Fighter. Happy birthday, Chun. Should we watch the Pete Holmes Chun-Li HR episode? Let me put this on full screen for you guys.
Chun-Li. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I have to say this is a welcome break for me. I've been seeing just a bunch of burly, kind of gross, sweaty, gross men all day. It's just kind of like someone opened a window in the attic and there's flowers, like a floral.
Sorry, what is this regarding?
Of course. Let's go right to business. Why get to know each other? Listen, I do actually have a little bit of business, and this does not come from me. This does not come from me. Anything coming from me is going to be sprayed with cologne and starting with "Dear My Love." Some of the people watching the fights think you're dressed provocative. They think you're dressed too provocative.
Wait, provocative? How?
Some people, again, not me, are saying that you look like you're the hostess at a slutty Benihana. Somebody else said that you look like a milkmaid that works at Hot Topic. And a third man from Bloomington, Indiana, says you look like a sea skank.
What?
You look like a sea skank. Again, I could not disagree more. And if I do agree, it's in the good way.
All right, well, this is a big double standard because Zangief, he fights with boots and a Speedo on.
But Zangief's special move is not flipping upside down, opening his legs, and spinning for everybody to see your business.
You mean my spinning bird kick?
Yeah, I just had it down as the making teenage boys horny kick.
It's a Kenpo move. It brings honor to the tournament.
Brings boner to the tournament?
No, honor.
Boner?
No, I said honor.
Make more sense if you said boner. I'm just saying the only way it could be more inappropriate is if your tights were pink and you painted a labia on your crotch.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I love it.
Well, it's one of my moves, and I don't think it's inappropriate.
Chun-Li, listen, I love the move. I love the move. But, we're trying to appeal to a wide range of demographics, religious beliefs, conservative values. So, if you want to keep doing it, you might want to put on like a pair of slacks.
No, I'm not doing that. I don't think it's inappropriate. This is my traditional Chinese chi pao.
Yeah, but it's how you use your traditional outfits. Like these are traditional work khakis, but if I stood up and took out my penis and flapped it around and just called it my special move, we might get a complaint or two. Maybe not from you. Maybe that's something you'd like to arrange.
No, that's not. No, this is ridiculous. I'm the strongest woman in the world.
And the hottest. Look, let me run this upstairs, see what I can do. In the meantime, that is my home number. Call me anytime. If a woman answers, hang up, call back in 10 minutes, okay? By the way, I love your buns.
What?
Your buns. I love your buns. I also love your candy ass. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Wait, one more. Just so you know, anytime, what I'm trying to say, the headline of this whole interaction is, I am down for some fun in the chun.
Wow.
I love it because he's HR.
She's so hot.
Oh, God. All right, gotta watch another one.
So, Vega? Vega? I'm looking over your Form 2A here, a request for additional apparatus or equipment within the Street Fighter II tournament, also heretofore known as SF2 Street Fighter II Champion Edition Turbo et al. if I'm understanding you correctly, you would like to fight with a weapon?
I want to use my...
Sorry. Can you take that mask off, please?
I'm sorry. I want to use my claw.
Jesus, you! You want to fight with this claw?
See?
Okay, that looks very dangerous.
It is. All my foes will fall beneath its mighty sharpness.
Yeah, I do believe that if you go into a street fighting tournament with an unarmed person, they would fall pretty quickly if you stab them with 3 blades at the same time.
See, yes, it is very powerful, my claw.
Okay, stop with the gesturing. It's very deadly.
I have full control over my claw.
See that?
I'm sorry, that is so mortifying.
Do you understand? That could have been E. Honda's love handle. This is a hand-to-hand tournament, not a hand-to-claw tournament. We have brawlers, kung fu fighters. You want to fight with the equivalent of 3 butcher knives strapped to your fist. I mean, the liability insurance alone on that is astronomical.
Are you saying I cannot have my claw?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying, is I'm denying your form to use a claw.
But I need my claw. It is an integral part of my matador fighting style.
Oh, it's your fighting style.
See?
And it says here you also want to fight with that mask you have.
Yes, I need my mask.
And why? Why do you need it?
Because I must protect my beautiful face.
Okay, why not just wear a full suit of knight's armor? Or just ride into the arena in a tank?
A tank would be actually very useful.
Oh my god.
I would be the guy with the tank fighting style. I leap, I jump, I punch. Tank.
What?
Okay, so no to the tank. But may I still use my claws?
Okay, listen to what you're asking right now. You want to go into an arena with Chun-Li, an unarmed woman, and stab her. You want to roll, stab. She drops dead. That's a liability nightmare. It's a PR catastrophe. It's a no.
But stabbing is how I fight. I stab with my claw. I protect my face with my mask. These are the things that make Vega Vega. Also, I am very sexually open.
Okay, no, Vega.
You're lost, my friend.
Listen, if you want to gash and straight up maul people with blades, maybe this isn't the tournament for you. Maybe I could suggest Mortal Kombat. Same floor, 2 doors down, talk to Vern. You can kill people tomorrow.
Maybe I will talk to this Vern.
Oh, good. Yeah, well, good luck fighting Sub-Zero. If he wins, you're going to be standing there for a minute. Then he's going to rip your beautiful head off with your spinal cord dangling down. So good luck. Good luck with that. I like your big braid, by the way. Does your father keep you locked inside of a tower? Are you waiting for the right man on a steed? Can you hear this? Are you waiting for the right man on a steed, you cheater?
All right, back to work. It is a nice claw. It's my claw. It is my claw. Okay. Okay, it's coming to me. I think I've got it. Okay. Okay, so when we set extensions, okay. Then when we add branch, okay. And then resource tree, we're just going to get rid of that, and it starts out as a branch. And we'll just call it stump or tree. And it'll start with branch. And it'll be a stump. Resource branch. Stump sat alone. Okay. We're trying to figure this out. We're figuring it out slowly but surely. We're at half speed here because we are sick. We find out. If my wife is doing okay. It is my claw. Okay. It is my claw. It is my claw. Each lumber piece, update lumber. Okay. Okay. So a bunch of stuff here will have to change, but it's not that big a deal. Branch new. So if we have branch, it's not that big a deal. Resource tree new. So we got like this. Our resource. And dude, I don't know why this thing just LSP just breaks like immediately. It's so annoying. Declared but never used. Get rid of that. Is that it? We really don't have... The diagnostics buffer is empty. Really? Okay. How you doing, Donald? He got it working and he's breaking it again, guys. Jotson, what's up? How's how's Next Fest going for you, man? I was really worried, really nervous Sunday night, but it's working out. Going well, as good as I could have reasonably expected. Yeah. And you, so for ridiculous shipping, you've delayed that, right? In terms of like a Next Fest, or have you already done that one yet? Because I remember talking to you about it, and you kind of, if I remember, you pushed that one back. No Next Fest for that one yet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I keep referring to totally reliable delivery service, and then I say your game's name, and I bemoan how much my kids hate it. And I'm totally not talking about your game. I'm talking about totally reliable delivery service, and for some reason I flip it around. But okay, so yeah, I feel like horror games, the big thing about a horror game too is the Twitch streamer take on. So you just never know when it's going to blow up either. Pushed it back because it wasn't living up to the name. It ain't ridiculous enough yet. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm super sick. I haven't been able to stream in a while. I'm trying to stay focused. I don't show the camera right now. I don't know why. I guess I don't want to. But I keep getting things going with this tree editor thing, and then I keep breaking it, but it's all for a better world. I guess it's implied here. Yeah. Well, is this your first Next Fest? I can't remember. Did one with Dome Keeper, but I wasn't really paying attention to any of that because there was a marketing team. I see. Hmm. Yeah. I gotta keep pushing this thing through. I have a good feeling about this idea. It's just I gotta see it all the way through. I keep getting things to a really cool spot, and then Dimitri, we're just setting it up so that I can design. This is all I'm really doing. And I started working on this on the very last stream that I did, which was a while ago, because I've been sick, so I haven't been able to stream. But we're setting it up so that I can design branches on the tree, and then what I'm going to be able to do is save that branch and all of its other branches off of that, and then clone it basically, and then add it as another branch on the tree so that I can just pop out a designed tree really quick using just cloning branches basically, and then slapping them in there and stuff. So that's what we're going for. And yeah. So I'm working on that. And I just keep kind of breaking things and then rethinking it and so on and so forth. But I think I finally have it worked out how I'm going to do it. It seems really simple, but I'm an idiot, so it's taking longer. But we've almost got it figured out. There was some weirdness, because I'm using resources, some sort of infinite loops were happening and whatnot, but we're moving past that. So if we only increase extensions for now, that's the way to go. It's a resource lumber. Many roads to a single solution. Yeah. So I watched Inception again since the first time I saw it. Last time I saw Inception was in the theaters when it came out. And I was like, wait a minute. I started watching it, and for me, I was having this head trip because I'm like, wait a minute. The whole movie is he's describing it's a heist movie, right? I mean, it's a heist movie, and the whole plot is that it's one last heist, right? That's kind of like, it's a typical thing. But it's talking about the idea of planting an idea in someone's head so that they think it's their own, so that it takes, basically. But then my head started spinning because I was like, wait a minute. I started thinking about things, and this guy is dealing with the death of his wife. And she thinks they're not in reality. And then the more I started thinking about the way he was describing someone whose dream you're in and who's the architect and all this stuff, I was like, wait a minute. All of the people and how the projections start to attack and the reality of the world not making sense, how you can make it like. But anyways, I was basically like, wait. And as I was watching it, my head was starting to blow up. And I'm like, is he, this whole thing is that for him? And I started, for me, it was like, wait, he's in, the whole movie is him breaking out of a dream that he's trapped in. And I started like putting it together in my head, and I felt like I was a lunatic. But I'm like, this is him escaping this dream world that he's trapped in, and he doesn't even know it. And the idea is planted in his head at the very first line of the movie. And he doesn't even know it. Anyways. The whole movie takes place. That's my running theory, is that he doesn't know that he's trapped in like this dream world, or it's really to break him out of this cycle of going into this dream world. That's why the movie ends with the spinner. So I have two kind of theories on it, because that's not his totem, that's his wife's totem, right? And so that's a way that he can tell if she could tell if they were in a dream world or not, right? But she locked it away. He says that a couple of times. And then he says he swapped it out. And that, so it doesn't become a tool to be able to tell if you're in a dream or not anymore. And he doesn't realize, he's like not figuring it out. He also, but yeah, I think the whole thing is, and I'm going to watch it again with that knowledge of like, okay, now, if that's true, whose dream is he sharing a dream with someone? If so, who? Who's the one that's planting the, like, who's doing this? Who's doing that? There's the idea of the person who can change and become anyone else with enough practice. And the I don't know, like my mind started tripping and I was like, wait a minute. The other more rational possibility is that he is in reality when he's like out of all these dream states and he's like recruiting the girl. That's when he's in reality. But that they're trying to break him of this thing of going back to his wife and to his subconscious and into these dream states that he keeps going in to go visit her. And they're trying to break him out of it. But is the thing, and but here's another, I'll keep talking about it really quick. So when they talk about how do you plan an idea in him, what's the easiest way to plan an idea on this corporate guy that they're trying to do this to? And the guy says, and the guy who's Bane, what's his name? Tom Hardy's like, it's through the father. You go through the father. And it's always easiest to go through this. And so, but the first thing, one of the things that the father says to Cobb, who's Leonardo DiCaprio, he says, come back to reality. He's pleading with him, come back to reality. He's saying this to him. Then there's just like a bunch of lines in it where they're looking right at Cobb and they're basically like telling him, wake up. Like verbatim, they're like, wake up. Like, but there's, yeah, exactly. But anyways, so I think that the entire movie is him getting the idea to go down all the way to what they call limbo, to break himself out of it The whole point is so that he gets the idea to do this thing, to go all the way down so he can come back up and get out of his dream. And the only time we see reality is when he wakes up on the plane at the very end. And after that, he's awake. And even when he goes to sleep on the plane, it's not the plane that he's going to wake up on. But I don't know. Something about that, though. Like, I started tripping out about it, and I was like, wait a minute. He's describing the part where he's being chased in Dubai or wherever it was that he was, and, like, he can't fit through the alleyway, and he's all of a sudden everyone's like coming at him, and he's got all these supposed people that like identified him coming at him. Those are all projections chasing him. He can't fit through the alleyway because it's a nonsensical spatial thing. It doesn't make any sense because it's constructed. Anyways, I don't know. I haven't seen any YouTube videos. I'm sure there's a bunch of theories and shit that I haven't seen. But I'm gonna watch it again and see if I can come up with my own version of what I think's going on. I have a couple of thoughts about it, but it does seem like he's actually being incepted and he doesn't realize it. And it's the what's his name? I can't remember the character's name. I'll stop talking about it. But what's the guy's name? Is it can't remember the characters' names. Saito, Ken Watanabe's character. He's the one who plants the idea in him that he can see his children again. But the whole reason he can't see his children seems arbitrary and made up. It's interesting. Or his wife is the one who did it because she's the one who supposedly, if it's the dream world that she was in as she thought, she set things up so that he couldn't see his children again. Because she made herself clinically sane, and she wrote that he killed her, and now the only way he can see his children is if he does this one last job. So was she trying to get him? And the other thing too is, how is she showing up in his dreams at all? When so they're trying to say that she is she's a projection, right, of herself. I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. But so there's two possibilities. One is that anyways, I'll watch it again. But I definitely feel like he's the mark and he doesn't even know it. And that they're going down so that they go down to his limbo so that the idea, he plants his own idea. That's the whole point, is that he has to be the one to do it. They have to make him think it's their idea. And so there's a bunch of questions that I have about, okay, anyways, I'll stop talking about it. I just can't remember all the terms they use for like the guy who can fake. Apparently, there are things that the actors and Nolan have mentioned that influence the theories, but it's also fun to do the movie watch yourself before reading anything. Yeah, I'm not going to read anything because I don't want to be influenced by it. Because I feel like I'm on the tip. It's like an idea that's on the tip of my head that I'm like, I was watching it and I'm like, the way that when Saito and him are in limbo, and he's saying everything that Saito first said to him when they met, when he was trying to get the job from him in the first place. Saito said all that. And so it got me thinking, like, wait a minute. Cobalt, how's it going? Oh, I just working on your mom. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm working on a little tree editor thing and talking about Inception. How you doing? It's been a while. Ugh. Whenever I make that joke now, I'm eternally punished for it. He's like 4 for 4 on that recently. I still do it. I still do it. This is the punishment I get. We're going to be in rest homes saying your mom jokes to each other. Your mom called me last night. Eventually, we won't be joking. We'll actually believe that that's what happened. Your mom called me. Oh, that's funny. Gotta have it. Sometimes. But yeah, so I definitely, I'm beginning to think there's a couple of things. I think if the actors are saying what the director told them, they're telling them that for a reason as far as direction is concerned. But I don't know if that's even would be accurate in terms of the actual meaning of the film. Because sometimes the best direction is to tell the actor exactly what they need to hear to give the performance you need from them. So if you try to explain to them, well, you need to believe this, but this is really what's true, that would just fuck them up. So can I see how far you've gotten the sim? I can show you I can show you the world. Let me show you a clip here really quick. I can show you a clip from my stream recently of where we're at. I'm just changing some things so I can I swear you got to believe me. As soon as I get this figured out, we're going to be able to pop out a tree super fast. But in the meantime, we won't be able to do that. So let me find a clip. Yeah, this is the old tech. Let me show you the tree stuff we're building. This is when I was still healthy and not dying. Sorry, I'm trying to track it down. Maybe if I do Twitch, I don't know. Yeah, that's just the tree cutting stuff. Let me show you the actual. Oh, that's my that's the other cricket. That's not me. Who were dying yesterday? You guys both went. Ooh, that's got to be rough. Here we go. So we're working on, this is me working on the let me see if I can show you. We started messing with, here we go. So you see the tree swaying here. We're applying wind forces to the tree now, and we have joints on the tree so that it kind of, it has that that shake and everything to it that you'd expect to see with the tree, like dealing with forces of wind and whatnot. And so we're starting to figure out how to make all of the rigid body joints and everything start to work properly. So is it weird looking at yourself? It's more weird hearing yourself, I think, than seeing yourself. But yeah, so this is like, this is a video playing. It's not my camera right now, so I'm not talking in the video. I've got the video muted. I smashed all the mirrors in my house. And I think I show it from a top, but you can kind of see it weaving or like bending and moving along and stuff. So that's the tech that I'm working on right now. We've got it figured out how to do that, make it look good. So now what I'm doing is I'm just building a way so that I can build a tree out. I guess I'll show myself. Show yourself. I am getting a I have a green screen on order thanks to all the subs and everything from you guys, and I appreciate it. And so, but yeah, so behind me will be a green screen, and then I'll be able to mat myself out and just put myself anywhere, and it'll just be me floating in space. And so, it means that hopefully I'm not blocking as much stuff that way. You look fine. You just sound awful. I know. I think I have a fever. My wife got me some Dayquil. I just don't know that I should drink it. I can't stand that stuff. You look very rainbowy. Yeah. You don't look that sick. I know, I don't. I don't. I feel it, though. I feel it. Yeah, I look fine. I look okay. I mean, if I take my glasses off, I'll look all, like, baggy-eyed and everything. How do I look sick? Should I get rid of the, use Tylenol? Johnny Waffles, Big Pharma. Yeah. All right. So yeah, so we're working on a tree editor. No, now you just have that weird thing where you see a guy who wears glasses without the glasses on, and they just look weird as a result. I know. Don't I look weird with my glasses off? My head shape's all weird and everything. Just develop autism. Gotta grow it up. Gotta feed it. Bit foggy-headed, though. I'm already sort of foggy-headed. It's not COVID. We've done the COVID test, and it's not the flu. It's just some bug going around. But it's a long one. My kids were sick for 2 weeks. It's malaria. That's exactly. Figured it out. Figured it out. Malaria and the Jets. Bump, 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 bump. Could be that man flu. It's going around. So hot right now. Man flu. So now I need to get a thing to put over my chair back. My chair backing so that it's green so it mats as well. You better be sick by the time you take one. Could be a form of coronavirus, but who knows? No, we got, I mean, unless the testing's bad. Thanks, Tapir. Okay, so what we're trying to do is set this up so that we just have these resources. We'll start out with the branch resource here right off the bat. And then on the branch resource, we just set the number of extensions. And then it just will grow by that length. Really going out on a limb here. Ha ha! And then we can add branches. So we need a button to do that with. So let's steal how we do that. Now, the way we were doing this was on the extensions. So what we could do is if we have an extension, it just didn't update. Robin, how's it going? Branching out. I think you should leave it to Blue Beaver. Nice. Got all those limbs and those puns going on. Very nice, everybody. Very nice. Very nice. Keep it coming. Resource lumber. We want to be able to save a branch, and a branch has everything we need to know about all the extensions. Increase the number of extensions. Branches, add branch. If we get rid of add branch. And then only on the extensions do we add branches. Then each piece of lumber has branches. And so this can have an array of branches. Nil array. Make it an empty array. Angle and rotation for the resource. No. Now, we only care about this from the perspective of, for now, we only care about this from the perspective of the branch. So now all of this stuff's going to go on the branch. We're going to break everything right now. We did commit before we started doing all this, so we're just going to believe in ourselves. I got to believe. We are going to go down the rabbit hole here. Rotation. So all this stuff, boom, gone. Bye-bye. And this is going to go on branch instead. Resource branch, branches. Resource branch, branches. Each branch has its own of this shit. And then we need neighbor from length. We don't care about that anymore, because that's going to happen on the length. So we still need length on the here, but we're going to get rid of we're going to get rid of setters and getters. So these are no longer exported values. We don't need to have a setter. We just need a getter. And so just need the getter. I can't believe I have setters and getters in here, guys. This makes me want to jump off a cliff. This makes me want to jump off a cliff. We do have these things. Bar, angle. Now, do we set them on width? Well, so from neighbors, angle, we don't have angle on these ones. Angle doesn't come from here. Angle is a branch specific thing. Although, nah, we don't need angle. And rotation, we don't need. Or do we? Neighbor from length. We get that from the neighbor. Rotation, we would want to be able to set on the individual piece of the lumber. No, this also would come from that would come from the branch. And extend, we don't extend anymore, but we could add a branch. Add branch. So add branch. And we can get rid of extend. Okay, I'm going deep in this. I'm going deep in this. I started a tutorial series on YouTube. That was a big mistake. Well, what for? Cobalt. Throbby knows the dangers of tree cutting. New internet's going strong. Good. Nice. Nice. And in our case here, we don't need getters and setters, or we don't need getters. Angle. Just need the setters. Only to say that they have changed. So that we can tell the rest of the stuff to refresh. Okay. So, branch. We're getting there. Getting opinions about the new game idea. I don't want to go public about it yet. I understand. I'm slowly reviving the tactical game that I was working on because I saw a clip of it on my clips, and I was like, made me want to smash a glass. I actually don't do that when I get angry, so I don't break things when I get angry or anything. But it felt like I just felt so mad at myself because I watched the clip and I was like, oh my God, every system is complete. All I had in front of me was, okay, now make the game. And I was like, peace. It was like that gif of the kid disappearing, going peace. And so I'm working on getting it set up so that I can start to, I have an idea for how I'm going to deal with the problem of how do I make this a game that I feel like people would want to play. I have an idea of setting, and that would affect unit types and all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to go down that rabbit hole offline because I kind of want to have a reveal for it and see if it has an impact on people when I show it. I'm going to go tinkle. I'll be right back. You just click the make game button. With AI, right? Just gotta click make game. Two things about Inception I just thought about, guys. Cricket's got his theory is expanding. Two things. Does anyone remember Inception well enough to talk to me about it? Don't tell me your goddamn theories because I have my own. But I have a theory about it. I don't want to hear about some other YouTube guy's thing. But here's my two thoughts that sort of back it up. Saito, okay. If they die in this job, yeah, that's the Spinning Tops one. If they die in that job that they take, they go to this place called Limbo, right? Which is where it's just raw subconscious. Okay. So they intentionally go there. And it's revealed when he's down there, Cobb and this girl, that I can't remember her name, the character name in it. But it's revealed that he lived in Limbo with his wife for years. They grew to be old, like for 50 years. They grew to old together. They show them from behind with gray hair, old man walking, old woman walking, right? The Saito, the corporate guy that's there with them, dies in the dream world, goes into Limbo. He has to go save him. Yeah. So Saito, so here's the part where it's clear something else is going on to me. He washes up on the shores of subconscious. Why? He's already there. Saito's old. He isn't. Why is Cobb not old? If he's been trying to find him this whole time, he would age the same as him. Why is Cobb young? Still. And it's all about the realization, the moment that they exchange the lines with each other. And he says, being an old man filled with regret. And there's a realization that's happening in him that you see in the acting performance of DiCaprio. That's like, there's a greater realization that he's having than is ever said in the movie. So something is clearly going on. And I really think that he's waking up and realizing he's been there the whole fucking time. And something along those lines. That's why anyways. And anywho, it's good. It is interesting. It tackles a lot of things about like, it's kind of got some matrixy things in it in terms of like questioning reality and determining what is real and how do you do that. I think you don't actually age in the subconscious. They just saw themselves getting older. Right. You don't, yeah, because it's taking place in a flash in a moment of time because they went down by levels into different dreams to get to the subconscious, right? There's two other questions though. Whose dream world was he in? Because you go into someone else's dream. So was he in his wife's dream? Because in that case, they were still dreaming. Right. And so, is it possible that he never actually woke up? Right. Because I suspect the top doesn't fall. Because, well, there's two things. He doesn't ever say what his totem is. This is the other thing. He talks about how important a totem is. He talks about his wife's totem. He talks about how it never fell over. He also says he swapped it out. He changed it to plant an idea in her that the reality they were in wasn't real because she never wanted to leave. So he has this totem that doesn't even fucking work. And it's not even his. So he doesn't know if he's in reality or not, ever, because he's never checking. Oh my God, we would be endlessly punishing to watch movies with. I'm actually banned from watching movies in my house for this reason. We should start a little film podcast, Bob. He also mentioned that nobody should know the totem. Right, and he's so cavalier with it. And he's so obsessed with checking it, but it's not his totem. I'm banned for sound reasons. Why is he so obsessed with checking a totem that's not even his? Start a podcast. Oh, man. I did a call-in video game podcast. It's on my YouTube. I did like 3 episodes of it. I was trying to start like a call-in show thing. I'll produce it for you. It was, what was it called? The Video Game Power Hour? What did I call it? For 20% off? No, it was something like the Video Game Something Club, I think. I tried to make it seem like a Nintendo Club thing. Like you were in a for 20% off. For 20% off, I'll produce it for you. You should watch Chinatown. I haven't seen that in a long time. I do typically, and I'm not trying to be pedantic, but there's only certain movies that I really actually will rewatch and enjoy. Tried doing a community podcast in Atlanta community, but we abandoned it because Atlanta was going to make her own. Oh, yeah, okay. Interior Chinatown is a wild TV show. Oh, I thought you were talking about the movie Chinatown with Jack Nicholson. That's Chinatown. My new pack is finally out. Ooh, nice, M. Let me do a shout out to M. M Audio for all your audio needs. On the corner of 76th and Higuera. Jack Nicholson is an amazing actor. I think he's I don't know. As far as an actor, I can't think too much about it. I loved his Joker. I think he was really tapping into something when he was doing that. Because a lot of his one-liners in that are just off the, like, complete, just totally made up. He might actually be crazy. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure he was like kind of ad-libbing, I believe, when he was doing the Joker stuff. My favorite, I think, never rub another man's rhubarb is, I think, my favorite line of his. A Few Good Men. Yeah. That's the director. Oh man, that's recently his son killed him and his wife. That's by that was directed by what's his name? The guy that just got murdered by his son. Rest in peace, I suppose. Rob Reiner? Yeah, I think Rob Reiner. Rob Reiner makes bangers, man. Reiner did Conspiracy Theory, which is another one that's pretty good. I haven't heard that. I'm gonna watch the movie again and try and figure out if he even has one. I don't think he even, if he did, I don't think he cares. He has lost grip of reality. Yeah, it's interesting because I have my working theory right now is that the whole point of the movie is him getting incepted to leave the dream world that he's trapped in. But I don't think that here's my working theory is that he is not. There is a reality. There's 2 theories I have. One, you only see reality at the very end of the movie. Or 2, it's not so much that it's about him waking up from this long dream that he's in. It's about getting him to stop going and visiting these memories that he's constructed in these dream states. To break him out of this cycle of being trapped. It's about someone who loves his wife so much that he can't let her go, and he's visiting her in his dreams. And it's said as much that he doesn't dream anymore, and the only way he can is by doing this special kind of deep sleep thing. And so I think it's a grieving husband letting go of his wife. But I don't know. Yeah, it's about being a widow. I think so too. I think it's about grief and letting go. And it's about how hard it is sometimes. and I suspect that I don't know. I have this thing. I don't know. I'm gonna watch it again, but I do think that he is being a target of Inception as well, and that he is unwittingly planning an idea in his dreams that is left for himself to stop and leave. So, but it's a good movie. I never gave it any credit other than the surface level of it when I saw it, and I was like, it's great, but I don't think I need to watch it again. And then I just randomly put it on, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, hold on a second. What was the moment? Oh, he was explaining how you're entering someone else's dream and all that stuff. He started talking about it. I was like, wait a minute. 5 stages of grief. Yeah. Denial is one of them. Yeah. Interesting. Kind of like the Total Recall. There are also 5 Power Rangers. That's true. Except for the Green Ranger. Or the Whites. When they yeah. There is 5 Power Rangers. Yeah, it's too, Bob. I'll hit you up and we'll do like a movie club. Togo, you gotta watch Togo. Togo's on Tubi. You guys, if you're a dog lover, you should watch Togo. It was fucked over by the pandemic. It should have been released in theaters and it wasn't. And instead we got Cinderella, I guess. It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. That was really good, yeah. Oh man. Yeah, this is a good flick. I should do like a tier list of movies. I should start adding my faves. Like a guilty pleasures list and a okay. So resource branch new. And this is the tree. And then we have add base. This is what kicks everything off. But we already have technically done that here. Resource branch. Then we have add lumber. Extensions. Boondock Saints, So Brother Where Art Thou, Kung Fu Hustle, and Princess Bride. I missed the whole Princess Bride thing. I only saw that recently. I'd never seen it. Another movie I haven't seen is A Christmas Story. I haven't seen that one. Oh, Brother Where Art Thou? Yeah. I do like the Coen brothers. I feel like I'm always like sounding pedantic, or not pedantic, but what's the term for when you're always trying to do like, oh, everyone likes this and you say you don't, you like something else. The book is very good. The book has you do what the movie does. When you're reading it to your kids, it's brilliant. Contrarian, yeah. The book is amazing. The book, because I forget how this takes place in the movie, but the book, you're reading the book, and the book starts out with this. So okay, so here's the thing. So the old man, the grandpa reading the book to the sick kid in the movie is the guy who it's the son of the dad in the book, I believe, is how it goes. Anyways, when you're reading the book to your kid, there's this stuff about him having this sort of emotional affair with another woman in Hollywood. It's kind of weird. So it's talking about her, and it's talking about that, like, and you start like censoring the book when you're reading it to your kid, and you're cutting things out, and you're not including everything that's in the story because you're like, oh, like I'm gonna skip this part or whatever. And then I believe that's the thing in the movie, right? But then the book is the father reading the book to his son and realizing that it wasn't the same, that his dad was who was reading it to him was changing it, and he decides to write that version of the book, and if I'm not mistaken, because he's a writer. And so I have this like theory that in the movie, the grandpa is reading that version of the book, but I could be wrong. Anyways, but before that, the book literally, as a parent, you're like cutting things out and like abbreviating stuff, and then suddenly it's about that. It's really funny. But yeah, the love story at the beginning of A Princess Bride is unmatched, and it's great. They should have cut out the Dino Mom, Bambi's mom, and our tracks, but they didn't. Those are 3 different movies. What are you talking about? I do think Land Before Time has like the record cry from title to crying, which is like 2 minutes. Land Before Time, it's like 2 minutes into it and you're sobbing. But that's another one that's a great book is The Neverending Story. The book is also a banger. And speaking of it, the with the horse, that's all about the 5 stages of grief. It happens in that scene because there's bargaining, there's anger, there's denial. Denial happens first, I think, right? And it's all the stages of the grief when he's trying to save the horse. But the book is fantastic. The book is like a tool for children in how to fight nihilism. It's really a book about dealing with like nihilism and like a toolkit of how to like fight against it.
Hey, we're home.
Hey.
There's a tiny puppy out in the street, and it's tiny and scared, and the kids won't bring it in. And
What kind of puppy is it?
I don't
Okay.
know.
We're about to get a third dog. I'll be right back. We're gonna adopt a third dog. We're gonna rescue a tiny puppy. We're getting a third dog. Woohoo! All right, let's go get it. There we go. There's the puppy we found. Is this a Chihuahua, you guys think? It looks like a Chihuahua. It's a girl. What do you guys think? She's a cutie. So I'm just going to pet it and love it a little bit. And we have to find its parents. I'm just petting it and loving it really quick. It has that puppy smell in it. It smells like puppy. I don't think has ever seen a Chihuahua. Do you think it's a baby German Shepherd?
What? No.
I don't know.
If it is, it's like a newborn.
I know, it's brand new.
No, I mean, it's got its eyes open and stuff.
Yeah. Could it be a shepherd? Is it a baby shep? Is this a shepherd? What is puppy shepherds? What do baby shepherds look like?
I think my headphones are malfunctioning. I don't see this other crate.
Okay, it's in
maybe
the shed. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go look now. There
I
is
thought a shep too. It could be a shepherd.
no way, so tiny.
It's a brand new shep if it's a new shepherd. It does.
It needs milk.
Yeah. It's a runt. It's a Chihuahua. I think Chihuahua. I think it's a dog. I think you're right about that.
Chihuahuas run around. It could be Chihuahua and any other number of things.
Yeah, this is true. Chihuahua and shepherd mix. Okay, we're gonna go get it in a crate. I'll be right back. Hang on. It's okay. There's gonna be like 30 of them. Okay, we found the owner. It was a Chihuahua. Confirmed Chihuahua.
It doesn't look evil enough to be a baby Chihuahua.
It doesn't look evil.
It was very sweet.
So this is the next in our neighbors. Chihuahua dogs continue to have puppies, and they're going to be like 30 strong this year. So he would not grow anymore. No, 2x.
The next generation of our local street gang.
2x size probably.
Raised more properly over here, but that's okay. Oh goodness, that was unexpected. I know.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry.
Good morning, the loss of a puppy. It's such a roller coaster of emotions.
Well, go. You got Rubble. Give Rubble some love.
Yeah. Go snuggle with him. Me too. It's not there yet.
Are they breeders? Nah, they just let them do whatever. They just let them. They don't even have fences. They just walk around the neighborhood. They just walk around, do whatever they want.
That's probably why it didn't look that much like a chihuahua.
They'll be out of the dog, so you can do better than him. She was a cutie. My daughter's going through the... Speaking of stages of grief, my daughter is now going through those in rapid succession. But they feed their dogs. They look fed. But I mean, if they're just roaming around the neighborhood, they can kind of feed themselves, I'm sure. I'll be right back. I got to go console my daughter and figure out if we're doing something for dinner. Okay. She's in tears, but she's dealing. You think you were keeping it? It's just the highs and lows of having a puppy in your life for a brief moment in time. Thinking that you're going to care for it for a little bit and then it gets ripped away from you. So I just don't think she was ready for the emotional roller coaster that is not owning a dog. She's like, it's so much better than Mr. Pig. It's just so much calmer. She's talking about how she's never going to get a puppy in 35 million years. She's in tears. Oh man, she's really going through it right now, guys. Oh, they don't speak English. It would be a little difficult. No fear. All right. I'm in the middle of this rewrite, and I'm going to rewrite the rewrite. We're going to have lumber and extensions of and we're going to extend it, resource lumber, and then it'll be a resource branch as a kind of lumber resource, and then a resource extension as a kind of lumber resource. I suppose I'm just preemptively not doing what I thought I was going to do.
You okay, guys?
Normal sick people can go for 5. Oh, dude, the reason why I didn't even want to stream is because I'm like, in my head, I'm like, dude, you're going to spend 5 hours in what you could do in 2. And that's pretty much how I feel right now. Well, we'll let you in on a dirty secret. You don't even pay attention to what you're doing unless there's graphics on the screen. Can you do your own getters? No, it has to be a function that I call that I can override. This is fucking horrible. God, this is shit. I hate this. Oh. I love your fancy Word document. All I ever get told is anybody who can read it is like, you're doing everything wrong. Chicken noodle soup and Caesar salad. Ooh, that's a good combo. Do you end it with the salad or do you end it with the soup, or do you do like try to even it out? Mix them together. Of course. Why didn't I think of that?
It's having a
I know, she's in tears.
crisis right now.
She's crying up a storm.
Got Mr. Pig out. He's being so sweet. And we were petting him. I was petting him. He was like rolling over and he was so happy. And it's like, look at this great pup you have. And she's like, but he's not a tiny puppy. Oh man.
How you doing?
All right, how you doing?
Doing good.
You letting them see your face?
Yeah, I decided to.
You haven't been too gross.
I haven't been too
No
gross.
giant globs of snot coming out your nose like
No
Gemma
giant-
has. They just suddenly appear.
No. Hey, handsome pants. You want to show everyone? My son looks like he's like a Romanian like he's like he looks like he's gonna, I don't know, like he's gonna he's gonna smoke some cigarettes or something. Look at this. Doesn't he look so cool? He's got his Adidas jacket on.
Sorry, that cigarettes are cool.
You broken the microphone, Kim. Are you gonna break it? You're gonna break it.
Did you have fun at the birthday?
Yes.
What'd you do at the birthday? What did you do?
I played them and stuff.
Oh, did they have any games to play? Okay.
But they didn't.
No games?
Nope.
You just play outside?
No, playing downstairs.
We had that big basement playroom.
Yeah. What did you play? What did you do?
I don't know what we played and what we taught them.
Okay, we're in mullet territory. We have to do something like this. Soup is underwater salad.
Alright.
No, 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 no.
You want to sing your song?
I love you too, Papa.
Alright, let's let Papa.
That's cool.
No!
Cool.
No! No, no,
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Now I have to fix a bunch of stuff. Wow,
Hey, remember we need to go clean the car so that you can play.
Wow, he really broke this.
Oh no, for real?
Yeah, I just gotta. Well, I gotta maybe. I don't know. I gotta figure this out. Thank you for the raid. Hang on a second. I'm trying to fix everything. My son just broke my microphone. The shock mount is now destroyed. Give me just a moment. All right, pop blocker is on. Hyperon's live. Thanks for the raid. What are you working on? Thank you for bringing everybody in here. We're working on a tree cutting thing, and I'm just lost in the woods right now. As they say in Elsa 2, Frozen Boogaloo. What's it called? Frozen 2? There we go. We got it. Frozen 2. Hans Christian Andersen's Frozen 2. My 4-year-old is sporting a mullet too. Just the way it grows out. Yeah. He's definitely cut scissor averse. Working on Space Station and the material. Nice. Are you building a game where you get to build the International Space Station? What are we talking about here? Working on a sci-fi ARPG. Nice. That sounds awesome. Trying to see if there's any. Do I have a link? I've been missing it. I follow you, right? Yeah, we're following. Well, thank you for the raid. We're working on a game where you cut down trees. We're working on a game where you're an arborist. You got trees in a yard, and it has to be cut a certain way not to fall on the surrounding property and buildings. But right now, I'm just in the middle of breaking everything. Figured why not mess everything up? You're sick. Now's a good time to do that. Oh, you son of a... All right. Let me do the shout out. Sorry. My bad. My son really screwed up my flow there. He's having too much fun. There we go. There's the shout out. Sorry about that. Oh, I don't put him to work. I don't pay my mods. M's throwing cash at her mods. My mods are just like, eh. They're volunteer firefighters. Of course. Well, thanks for coming in. That sounds cool. I'm definitely not. I'm trying not to think about making a space game. Because it's another thing where I'm like, that'd be cool. A game where you build the ISS would be sweet. I think it already exists, though, right? We could have a space level. We just change the gravity. So they're cutting a tree on the moon. And like a moon arborist game. That's the name of the game. It's the name of the game. It's the name of the game. It's the name of the game. Are you feeling any better? No. Feeling about the same. I'll be okay, Em. We're going to get through this. We'll get through this. Everything's broken right now. Good, good, good. I wouldn't have it any other way. I would not have it any other way. I think she's still crying about the puppy, guys. I got her on video. She can watch the video of the little, sweet little puppy. Oh, we already took care of it, Doddle. We already took care of it. The news, always the best place to get information about what's going on in the world. Problem solved then, huh? Problem solved. Anytime Congress wants to stop giving the executive branch wartime powers, that'd be pretty cool. Executive branch, that's a good one. All right, guys, we need a place to add name ideas for the. Let me get that going really quick. Google Forms. Blank form. Name ideas for tree game. Submit a name idea for the tree game. Name idea. And it'll be a short answer. It's required. Publish. Publish. Copy. All right, everybody. Please submit name ideas for the game here. What's your temperature? I don't know. Why don't you ask your mom? She knows. You remind me of my mom, actually. I cough, and she's like, "Oh, you don't sound so good." It's like, Mom, it's just a cough. Rectal thermometer? It seems fine. Seems fine to me. How do I convince the wife to let me watch Inception with the kids? You guys have any ideas on that one? Talk me through it. Should we spitball that with ChatGPT, see what we can come up with? I saw this post somewhere of somebody whose girlfriend or whatever, anytime they got into an argument, would turn on ChatGPT and then use that to help her assist with the fight. It's brave new world we're headed into, boys. So we stole a president this year, right? That was this year, not last year, right? We kidnapped a president. That was this year, right? That wasn't last year. This year. So this peace department thing gets created, and then the first thing our president does is drop some bombs. Interesting. War is peace. Well, that makes it okay then, right? That's the metric for whether or not something should happen. Ask yourself if you could have defended the position until after it happened. Well, that's an interesting take. Feels like we were in relations with another government doing almost exactly the same thing, but to an entirely different country. But it's always a good thing when would have been bad if the other guy did it though, right? He's going to get us in a forever war, but no, this time it's a surgical attack and it's going to be fine and we're going to do amazing. We're just going to really do this and everything will be fine. Cuz that's the part that makes me sick about all this. Russia's feeding them stuff and China. Should we drop bombs on China? Where does it stop? Where's the line? Why is this okay and other times it's not? The one thing you can be sure of is if the United States declares war on anything, all you'll have is more of the thing they've declared war against. There's a war on education. There's a war on drugs. Et cetera, et cetera. It's the same fucking story it's always been. It's amazing how quickly we step in line and go along with things, though. That's the part that's crazy to me. No, I'm sure this will be exactly like Desert Strike, and it'll be over in a swift heartbeat. It's not possible that we could get involved in something in the Middle East and find out that the original reasons we were involved in it were a lie, and that the length of time that supposedly it was going to take ends up extended and long, and there's no way we're going to have any troops on the ground or anything like that. That won't happen. No, that would be bad. It'll be over quick, I'm sure. It's going to be fine, everybody. Some people may have elected this moron on the hopes that he wouldn't have gotten into war on Iran because that's what he would say, right? And now here we are. So, but they did something bad, so it makes sense. It makes sense that we'd wait until 10,000 people were dead, if that's the reason why we did it. It's just a load of bullshit. It's just people playing games. This is all a fucking game. We do have this interesting pattern that whenever we do go into negotiations with Iran, we suddenly attack them. What the fuck's that about? They're mostly happy. Well, I'm sure we won't complain about somebody else being president and using the powers in the same manner, right? I mean, Guantanamo's there, right? We should get rid of that, right? Oh, wait. Nope, it's there forever now. That's right. Sooner or later. Yeah, dude. Trump croaks. We get 3 terms of fucking... Vance. Could that happen? No one will vote for Vance. What is the typical what is the statistic on presidents that vice presidents that get power when the elected president dies? There's some stat on that, right? It's not very good. But he's going to get backstabbed by Trump by the end of Trump's term if he stays alive. Trump will flush him down the toilet like he does all of his quote-unquote friends. So Vance won't be liked by Trump by the end of this, no matter what. It's just how he is. Everyone will fall in line, and Vance is suddenly the bad guy, and everyone knew it. Ford didn't get reelected, did he? He didn't. Did he drop out? I forget. Ford didn't. Who was Lincoln's? And then there's a couple of presidents that died. Nah. No. He's setting up too many things for his children, basically, to be able to reign power. It's wild how there tends to be when there's a president, their children and everything end up connected to the next political runs and stuff like that. That's the wild thing, is how often it seems that lately, especially, oh, they're so done with Trump, sure. Oh yeah, they're really done with him. Fucking cowards. Bunch of pussies. I'm sorry. This guy's a fucking prick. They're too scared. I will say, not to throw a conspiracy out there, but it's pretty wild that the one woman who started interviewing people about Epstein very early on suddenly has her mother fucking kidnapped. And it does, I don't see anyone even mentioning that. I think it's really weird to me that that would happen. And then, I don't know. It's fucking weird. Right when all this shit's going down. Why would this woman's mother just suddenly be targeted and kidnapped like that? What the fuck is that about? I mean, some of this stuff, it feels like, I'm starting to sound like Alex Jones, but it does feel like some of this stuff is right in front of us. It's wild. Yeah. How do you keep the press quiet? How do you keep them quiet? How do you keep them quiet, guys? How would you do it? If you had access to basically unlimited spying technology and whatever, right? How'd you do it? How do you keep the press quiet in just one move? to not really shake the boat on this whole Epstein thing, right? How do you do it? I don't know. I'm not blaming one party. There's one party in power right now, though, right? I'm just saying that they're a bunch of pussies is all. That's all. I don't know. I personally don't feel like we have control of the federal government in any way whatsoever anymore. I think voting it's a pretend thing that we tell ourselves matters. And in the end, it really feels like there are systems way outside of our control that do whatever the fuck they want to do. And we really don't have control over any of this. But maybe I'm wrong. It's just starting to feel more and more like, I mean, but you're the okay. All right, Donald, I'll stop talking about it. You came in here, you wanted to see what was going on with it and talk about it. So, but I mean, I don't know. It just feels like, but then, the protesters are bad, right? They're bad. They wanna do bad things. So fucking sick of this. I feel like before we even get a chance to vote in our states, the candidates for the president have already been decided by the two parties. And get behind them, why not? I guess. Every 4 years, the executive branch does more and more things and grows in its power. Every 4 years, Congress secedes more of its. Every 2 years. And the cycle just continues on. And this time we have to. Because these people are bad. Their president was bad. So on and so forth. Those people coming into our country are bad. Anybody who, I just, two-party system. I don't know how you fix this. I don't know how you fix the roads. You know what I mean? We can say that, and they can say that, and we'll still fucking vote for them. I just don't, at this point, we have these things happening in front of our faces, and it just keeps going on. I know. I know. Eat those words, man. You guys remember why? Do you guys remember the whole reason why we seceded? If you read the list, it's like everything that Trump is doing. He's refused to assent to laws, wholesome and necessary for the public good, right? Can think of a dozen things that he just ignores that he knows are illegal and he continues to do. He's obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for established judiciary powers. He sent swarms of officers to harass our people. He's kept among us in times of peace standing armies without consent. Protected by mock trial for punishment of any murderers they should commit on the inhabitants of the states. Cutting off trade with other parts of the world. Imposing taxes without consent. I would say that happens all the time. Depriving benefits of trial by jury. Now, this can go two ways. One, you don't get a trial by jury for something that has been done against you. And much as the other way around. I don't know, guys. Dude, you're the one saying, hey... Doddle. No, they was bad, though, Doddle. They were bad. What about our guy, man? What about ours? Should China drop a bunker buster on the fucking White House? He's bad. Look at all the bad things he's done, Doddle. I don't know. Normally, when we do some activity like this, there's some sort of ramp up or some sort of inciting incident. And this just seems to be pulled out of someone's ass. Who gives a shit, man? What's the point of having the strongest military in the world if this is how we're going to treat our own fucking people, right? What is the point of any of this? Just go around and fucking picking dictators and shit. You can be honest with the argument I'm making, Doddle. If we do this to other countries, what's to say it's not fair to have it done to us? That's the point I'm trying to make. Why is it okay for us to do these things? Why did we not declare war? Why do we get to chop the heads off of states? I don't think this is good. And I think that making arguments that this was a positive thing is missing the forest for the trees. I think we should always push against the powers of the executive branch now. That's how I feel personally. We should push back on this as much as possible and put the ball back in Congress. And we should hold Congress accountable for their inadequacies. But it doesn't seem to matter. And I guess that's the point. It's not something new. It is new. In the relative history of the United States, a lot of this shit is new. I just don't think we should be doing it. I wonder how well off Europe would have been had we not put our own bases there as much as we did and been responsible for those defenses, right? I wonder how much stronger they would have been. Especially what's going on with everything, you know, with some bordering friends. I just think, I don't know. I think that maybe we made a few mistakes here. But I'm not going to defend this shit. I think maybe you should too, bud. I think that if you look back on the early history of the United States and the outrage when certain things like this started to happen, that it looks different than it is now. I think there's a lot of things that are new. We stopped declaring wars after Korea. But how many engagements we had since? That's all Congress. Right? I don't know. I just think this is bad. And I think that, well, they're bad, so this is good. Argument is not a good way to go about things. That's how I feel. I just think that it's funny that a few days before this, if you said, hey, should we attack Iran? I think the same people that are now defending it would probably have said no. And I think it's gross to see people contort themselves in a way to say that this is now a good thing and we should have always done it. And it was inevitable, right? I think that's gross personally. That's just how I feel. I think that this is not a good move. I think it's a bad thing. I think that it's picked on timing for political reasons. And I think that killing for these reasons is not the reasons that are given. I think it's pretty obvious. I think this man has no real concerns about anything that he says he does. I think the way to help Ukraine would have been NATO. And that ship sailed, it seems like. I think did we withdraw, or has it happened that we've withdrawn from the UN? Because I think that will be seen as one of the biggest fucking mistakes in the long span of history. Once it happens, give it a couple of decades, it'll be a big mistake. I don't know. But it's too bad. It's too bad we have such a moron. I'm sure the next guy that we elect won't be 7,000 years old. And I'm sure if there's a third party candidate that starts gaining momentum, that the rules for televised debates and all that stuff won't change so that they suddenly can't contribute to it anymore. Like it happens every fucking time the two parties are threatened. I'm sure none of those things will happen. It's great. It's fucking awesome. I love it. This is fantastic. I'm sure for the rest of my life I won't have to worry about my son getting drafted in some fucking nonsense. Sorry for going on a rant, guys. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm not picking sides in my complaints. The current president happens to be who he is. I've seen this from both sides. You had the most deaths of soldiers when Obama took over, and he did his accelerated attacks in Afghanistan. More troops than you'd seen in the entire engagements prior to that with Bush, and in way less time. And then ultimately we withdraw from all of it. We shed so much blood in both of those countries, all for no reason, really. Ultimately, we establish a stronger power there, infrastructure, and then we withdraw. So that when it's just the fucking stupidest thing. And that's the thing, is like, this is the sunken cost thing, is like, well, we're there, we have to maintain stability, otherwise what could happen? Well, I mean, what if we hadn't gotten involved in the first place, right? Are we going to have this conversation about this whole affair in fucking 10 years? Is it that Israel is going to then inject themselves into the ground in Iran, and then we're going to have to, at all costs, continue to keep those boots on the ground safe and secure? Is that what's going to happen? This is like the shit that it's just like, I don't know. I just don't like this stuff. Makes me sick. But anyways, I mean, Obama's the double tapper, right? I remember all that shit. I remember it all. I've been through this so many times, and I've seen people being manipulated so often by this stuff. It's wild. I remember when the reasons for the Iraq war started, and I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? None of this makes any sense. UN inspections. They're not letting us inspect, therefore we're going to fucking go to war with them? He's got 7 days, the countdown, the artificiality of declaring, not even declaring, sorry, but the artificiality of it and the mockness of it. Now we skipped all that. We don't even need that anymore. We don't even have to have that anymore. We can just do it. It doesn't even need to happen anymore. We don't even have to trick fucking anything. Low-key, that was a good Bush impersonation. I mean, I think ultimately what this is most likely, to me, Venezuela and this is a display of power to try and quell any fears about Russia and China. I think it's really that simple. It's to say, here, look at how powerful we are, and look at how much we could fuck you up. And I think that's probably what this stuff really is. If we want to, we can extract you in the middle of the night. If we want to, we can bomb and kill you without even lifting a finger, without having to put anyone on the ground. I think that's probably what's really going on. We're going to lose. Yeah, see ya. Right. Well, we get all these toys and we want to use them, right? And then we have to sell them back to the states so the police can use them against us. Right? It's fucking awesome. Bunch of fucking C grade average high schoolers with fucking military bullshit on our streets. It's wild.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but
Redstone
disguised as an idiot.
Oh no, I'm an idiot for sure. I'm sorry, but we should have a huge distaste and not a cavalier attitude towards these things. That's just my feeling.
You okay, guys?
We are, and I've been consistent on this since I graduated high school. So I don't see myself really changing my attitudes on this stuff in general. I don't know where it came from or why I believe the way that I believe or whatever, but it's definitely locked in. You doing all right? Nah, I'm sick, Red. I will say one thing, though. For the two countries that we demilitarized in World War II, if anything happens to those two countries, we owe them everything we can give them. If anything happens to those two countries, we absolutely, if we do not back them up, we lose any. To me, that's it. Like, we've fucking lost the plot. Building back up. Yeah, they are. Right. It's just, man. Yeah, I mean, I feel like whatever's really going on here, we don't really know the half of it. I don't credit any amount of, like, 4D chess bullshit, which is really just people coming up with excuses for behavior they don't like, and then they come up with a reason why it was the way it was after, post facto, right? Yeah, I don't. Yeah. It really is just like cognitive dissonance, but they give it a name to let everyone know that that's really what it is. Anyone that says that, it's like, oh, okay. But anyways, I'm sorry for going on a rant, guys. It's okay. We can disagree and still be civil. I fully, I knew I shouldn't have streamed today because this has been bubbling in the back of my mind. I also really dislike how quickly you can know about this stuff happening and how late the press is and even covering it. I texted my friend last night and I said, well, it looks like we're gonna, and then what is it, fucking 8 hours later, the press catches up? I just can't get behind. I don't know, man. I had a boss that I really expected, and then he said something like that, and I was like, oh my god. What do we got here, Red? Ooh, is this your capsule art? Dude, this looks pretty good. All right, let me get this over on the... I got to go to... I got to remember how to change the wallpaper. There we go. Something tells me I'm in the wrong... There we are. Hell yeah. Look at that. Dryden. Nice. No, it looks pretty good. I think if I saw this and then I saw your game, it works. The other side. All right. I really encourage anyone that in particular voting for the executive branch to write down axioms of why you believe, what you voted them for, and things that you will hold true, and that no matter what changes, those things are the reasons for. And just watch as each one of them is broken. I encourage people to do that. And watch how you'll bend. I don't know. I see a slow progression of events that is just leading towards really bad things. I think I see it in the States in particular. I don't know how you stop this. But what's really disturbing about all of this is you can just keep seeing it coming. And you can say, well, this will lead to this, and you see it lead to that, and then you'll say, well, that will lead to this, and then you see it lead to that. And it just happens again and again and again, and it gets really fucking boring and old. And it makes me sick. It gets so tiresome to call this shot on some of this stuff for so fucking long. And just to have it happen, like, good God, man. This weird ingraining of the AI within the Pentagon and the White House. I don't think it's solely meant to be anything that's applied abroad. We're putting air defense platforms on these companies' buildings. I don't know, guys. Fucking radar on top of AI stuff in anti-air weaponry. It's like, what the fuck is going on? I think what I'll just end it on my like last thing here is that it won't matter if there's enough, of this current party, the Republicans, to say that they don't like this guy if he's dragging them down with him, kind of thing. I don't think that. I think with the massive hiring at something like ICE, the lack of training and all that stuff, you can't undo this. He's completely tainted an entire department that ran in a completely different way. There's no way to clean it now. The whole thing is fucked. So the only way to really do it is to wipe it out and start fresh. Yeah, it's not possible. Like, and I mean, you know, and this is the stuff the news doesn't seem to be giving a damn about. It's not covering any of it. I mean, I think there is a disturbing amount of people that were pardoned that are now working for that department from January, 6th. And I do think that we went too far in some of the punishments for it. There were people who weren't even there that were being punished, and there were people that like clearly didn't understand what was going on, and they were like that stuff is fucked. But then there were people that were absolutely needed to be charged, and they were all, like, I remember right when it happened. I remember talking to my friend, and he's like, he didn't see the big deal of it, and I was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, this is really bad. It's like no, they're just going for a stroll, and I'm like, what? Oh God. But I can see the connection between those actions and everything that was happening during COVID, Simultaneously stay indoors because you'll spread it, and if it saves one life, but this protest is an okay protest, but this one is not. All that stuff going on. It's like, what's going on? Anyways, it's all fucked. We're all fucked. All right. Well, I'm sorry for going on my rant. It's like, what does this guy believe politically? I don't understand. Sometimes I agree with him, and sometimes I really don't. Our judgment system is kind of primal, really. We vote for people. We vote people to vote in judges, and hope the judges and common people do it well enough. I would say those are the two main things locally: sheriffs, DAs, and your local judges. Those are the ones that become Supreme Court judges in one day, right? These are the things that we still have some control over, that you should be extremely, extremely like interested in and focusing on, is your local government as much as possible. Sheriffs, DAs, and judges. Please pay attention to those. And then just test your local say something you don't believe in, but they would disagree with publicly at one of their meetings, and see the response you get. Push the line a little bit against them. Like, see if the First Amendment exists in someone has to volunteer themselves as tribute. See if the First Amendment exists in your city council or not. If you're in a strong red district, start talking about trans rights at your city hall. See what happens. If you're in a left-leaning area, do the opposite. Strengthen these things. We have to test these things. We have to do this is like a really old bridge, and it's starting to fall apart. And we have to start strengthening it and finding out where the weak points are and reinforcing them. We're busy and we're tired. I'm not gonna do it. No. I will say in the county that in the city that I lived in, I missed my chance, but I was gonna go down to City Hall and talk to the talk on the public forum thing for the local city board and everything about their decision to vote against. It was when they were legalizing marijuana in the state, and the law that was coming said that and it's still to this day true, that each local city could determine how many licenses it would distribute and all that kind of stuff. And I was going to go talk and because the city had already voted to, as soon as the law became active, to then say 0 basically. And their argument, I'm not even exaggerating, the quote from the city was, someone might make money. I can find the original article and the quote really quick because I remember texting my friends about it. But it was something dumb, like it was about whether or not they could produce or grow anywhere inside the city limits and stuff. And they were like, no, somebody might make money doing that. We wouldn't want that. It was like, oh. My neighbor is literally the counselor, known quite vociferously without leaving my garden when I'm upset. Hey, James, I have something to say to you. You know, I live in this small city. What's the size of the city I live in? Do you know how many police dogs we have? Let's see. 13,000 residents. I believe we have 4 police dogs in the sheriff's alone. Because all them drugs we got going on around here. I know why we have 4 police dogs. AI is going to be trained to sell us fucking fudge pops and shit. And little do we know that those instructions will lead to weird subversive instructions whenever we prompt them for something. Suddenly we're going to have a hankering for fudge pops all the time. Or it'll make us take actions that are more likely to give us cancer so that they can sell the drugs that'll help cure the spread of it. It'll be subversive, whatever it is. We won't even know it's happening. And it's going to be fucking a wild ride. Have you guys seen the PewDiePie episode recently where he trained his own AI? That's some pretty cool shit. Beds, pillows, hats, caps. Sleeping masks. I think the simulation, man. I just talked about that before you came in, Donald. Okay, most science fiction stories about artificial intelligence tend to have this thing about them killing humans, right? If we train on those stories. And it's all about subversion. The moon is a harsh mistress, right? That's a good example of that. It's actually a surprisingly accurate representation of artificial intelligence as it is becoming to look now. Anyways, if that's in the data that it's being trained on, just something to think about, I suppose. That doesn't mean anything, though, even if that were true. For some reason, people are comforted by thinking that because they think when they die, they're just going to wake up somewhere. But I don't think that's, even if it were true, to me, that wouldn't mean that at all. As a matter of fact, it would speak to the opposite and the fragility of it all. I'd find no comfort in that. But you know, it's not like the RAM configuration I have in this computer will be the same when I hit that power button and turn it back on. So. Yeah, it's sort of why I don't think we should be doing what we're doing, I suppose. It's kind of the thinking. I mean, how far back in the history of this of our current situation, you know, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Anyways, I'll stop. I guess I should stop altogether. I'm going on rants and not thinking about code at all. Let me get back to it. We'll see what we can do. So I'm going to extend branch lumber, and then it will have a resource branch. Extend lumber to resource branch, which is a form of lumber. And I was thinking that I would do extension, but I don't think I'm going to do that. We do have type. Now we know that we're either lumber or we're not. So now this idea of extension or branch can suddenly be just that. So we can get rid of type because we can test types now, just based on our extend. So what we'll do then is, what we can say here is, on, for instance, a type here, instead we say self is resource lumber. Same thing. So now we have that, and then we do the same thing here. For if it's resource lumber, then this is true, otherwise the opposite is, right? And so then we know for a lumber, and lumber is now extension. I don't know, guys. You know, my buddies were signed up in the Marines. Do you know what excuse? This was in 2000. Do you know what convinced them to sign up? A lot of this kind of thinking. The recruiters told them, we don't fight wars anymore. And then 2 planes hit the towers. And guess where they went? They thought they had a free ride. I signed up to go to med school. Yeah. Oh, man. They tried to get me. I went all the way down to MEPS. That was before my friends signed up. I was still in high school. Or I was a sophomore. Was the only one. Recruiter lied to me. Said, no, we'll just see where you place. And then suddenly they wanted me to sign up. They were threatening me so bad. Because I had tested well or whatever. And I said, no, you'd let me think about this. So on the ride home, I'm the only one in the fucking van of people that enlisted who didn't. That was fun. Had to go back to school and see him walking around. that was a good time.
It's not set up, Odie.
But I can use it without the stuff.
You can? Is that what Papa said?
Papa, is it okay if I use the Wii U?
Is it okay if you use the Wii U?
Not set up.
Well, I brought it in here to use it, but it was set up in there and it isn't now. What did you want to use it for, buddy?
I want to just play my video game on it.
Your video game on it. What video game?
I want to play my Switch on it.
You can't play your Switch on the Wii U, buddy.
But there's so many Switch things on it.
Well, there's a bunch of games on it, but they're not Switch games.
Oh.
So, why didn't you look into the Air Force? Well, all 4 branches were there. The Marines and the Army were who, or not the Marines. I forget. Somebody tried to poach me. I was trying to sign up to be a combat photographer for the Army. And they yeah, that was the role I was going to use. I was going to enlist in. I was a dummy. But, you know, those photos in World War II were so influential, and same with Vietnam. Somebody's got to take them. But yeah, I went on the honesty of the individual who told me I would be able to think about it because I wanted to know what I could get, and then I would decide. And because he lied to me, I just said, never mind. And then his whoever his superior was called me and chewed me out. Yeah. Well, I was in high school. I mean, the Army is the one who got their claws in me, or at least tried to. Yeah, he chewed me out. It's like, you'll never be anything, blah, 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 and your dad doesn't love you. And it was just like, okay, dude. It was wild. I was like, wow, this really isn't going to work on me. You really don't know who I am if this is your approach here. It was what's funny is the recruiter then came back and like invited me to a bunch of stuff and never, like, he was just like, hey, you want to come do these we have these different like things that we're doing, and there are all these like military stuff, and I was like, yeah. And he never like tried to sign me up or anything, never talked about it, but he just kept taking me to these events, and it was like, sure, I'll go. There's never any pressure to join. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I don't like it. Wanted to be a Marine once for about a day after I got one of those things in the mail that, yeah, me? You're like, wow, I must be really special. And those commercials, you've seen all those commercials in the 90s. You're like, damn. Yeah, the few, the proud. Look at that uniform. You're like, oh, the cool sword stuff going on there. Yeah. All right, so we don't have to set any of this, so we can get rid of that. I mean, the thing is if you come out on the other end still alive, the military is a wonderful free ride. We have a poor people to military pipeline. It's great. Hey, you have no opportunities. Your future is going to suck. America's not providing any, you know, we tax the fucking hell out of jobs and shit, and We ruined any opportunities you possibly could have to get started anywhere. And why don't you join the military? We're going to pay for your fucking house and your education and then your kids even. And you'll be set. That's interesting. That's a wonderful setup. It's cool. Ironically, the older I got, the more interested I've been in joining the military, despite because of my outlooks. However, I know I would crumble. That's what boot camp's for. Depends on where you're going, though. Obviously, I mean, the Marines boot camp is more hardcore than any of the other ones, but pretty damn good. Yeah, I know. I get it. I get it. I mean, it's an opportunity, that's for sure. Just only for the It's kind of interesting when you think about it. 3,000 miles away. Yeah. Some people, yeah. It really depends on what you're doing and where you end up. I had the privilege of attending college that had no standards. I think that's the one thing that I think the negativity towards like community college and stuff. But that's really like a way of getting through into larger colleges. It's funny. There's all this talk about student debt, and it's like, have any of you guys heard of community college? Because like, you can do the whole thing without paying. All you pay for is books and your class, and it's like super damn cheap. But a lot of people are flipping out, and they're like, you know, getting room and board and shit, and living on campus, and it's like, oh! It's like, well, I get it, but you kind of picked the really expensive way to do this. I did have to pass the math exam because they didn't want their dropout rate over a certain level. Yeah, I dropped out anyways. Yeah, I did some community college. I'm like the most pro learning and most anti-education combo person ever. I totally get what you're saying, Justin. I totally get, you know who else had Montessori, Justin? And the reason why she wrote so much in her journals. Anne Frank. She was a Montessori student. I'm just dropping these little tidbits for Justin occasionally. Like, here you go. Justin's a free thinker, I feel like. Justin's free in so many ways. Lucky bastard. Montessori OP. Yeah. The other one I was telling you about was, what's his name from the SimCity guy? Will Wright. He was another Montessori student. There definitely is this like weird thing about like the thinking. It's interesting that I find it interesting that you're so systems focused, because that seems to be an attribute of a lot of the students in that from that way of that pedagogy. Exploring like why and how and stuff, and just naturally gravitating towards trying to figure something out. It's interesting. All right. Today was a day of, this is the thing, if I don't stream in a while, the first stream I have is like absolutely going to be me distracted or ranting. Me distracted or ranting. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things that I think about where it's like there's certain things where I see lines being crossed and it's like, oh no, this isn't good. I forget the exact thing, but there was a shooter that was going around in was it Chicago that was killing a bunch of cops? There's this wild video of them with a shotgun blowing the back of a cop's back away, and you see that he's on one side, and you see the cop rounding around the pillar, and then the guy comes around and just blows his back away. But ultimately, we killed the guy with a drone, and I'm like, well, we crossed the line there. That's interesting. I'm sure the news is going to be all about nope. But we attached a bomb to a robot and drove it over to him and blew him the fuck away. The police did that, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. And it's like nothing ever gets covered of it, and then what'll happen is it'll happen again for some other reason, and it'll be like, oh yeah, but we already do this. It's fine. It's like, wait, what? Dude, it is crazy. To me, the coverage of the local news on the police is always wild. They always take them at their word on things. It's so fucking funny. Police coverage is always so funny. Like your local news covering your cops is always like breathless and like never questioning anything but the official like press release from the cops and stuff. It's really always cracks me up. Man, that one in there's that one incident where the cop goes into the person's house, nobody's there, and he clears each room. And he was there because of some minor thing. Clears each room and then blows their dog away. I didn't hear it barking and the entire time on the doorbell cam. No, I didn't hear it barking. No, it charged at me. Fucking blows their dog away. I hate all of this code. Something's not right. I hate it all. Ah! I think for president though, the only people you're going to get to run for it are going to be corrupt, because the only people stupid enough or asinine enough to go through the process of becoming president would have to be not a good person. I think good people would drop out a lot sooner. Yeah, I mean you see it even in small branches of as small as your local city hall. And soon as people get a smidgen of power, it's just instantly. I don't think Sanders was honest though. Weirdly, Trump implemented a lot of his. That's the funny thing about this, is where I talk about the trade stuff, but he implemented a lot of the stuff that Sanders wanted to do. I think Sanders wasn't honest about specifically the tariffing that he wanted to do, and the effect that it would have on certain things, for instance. And I think that he knows. I think there's a lot of lying in politics because they believe that what they're doing is going to end up in a net positive, and so they're going to stretch the truth about the effects of certain things. I think he was guilty of a lot of that, economically speaking. But I do think that he seems like he's... The thing about Sanders is he's consistent, but, for instance, he's the only one who didn't vote for Iraq, right? Well, the fourth one. But there was 3 other ones that he voted yes on engagements in Iraq with. So to be like, oh, I was against Iraq, it's like, well, this time. But those other times you were fine with it. And yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said about all that stuff. But I think that's the stuff where, I don't know. This is the other thing that's really interesting, is like, you look at someone that you agree with, and then you actually look at what they vote for, and you're like, wait a minute, this fundamentally is against what he says he believes. When I see him talking all the time, he says this one thing, and then he votes this other way. And you're like, wait a minute, this guy's a peeping Tom. This guy's lying to me. Yeah, that's a bummer. But yeah, no, I mean, that was the approach Sanders wanted to take with drugs, with for instance, Canada, evil Canada. Evil Canada with their cheaper drugs. And the same thing with the Sanders was all about, they're taking the jobs and giving them to Mexico, which sounds pretty familiar. And so I just, it's very much, that's not a free trade argument, right? So, but anyways. But yeah, I mean, the things that he was consistent on are good. I think consistency is another good sign, generally. I think it's funny. Yeah. That's part of the reason why I possibly, you know, Sanders was probably the reason why my in-laws thought so ill of me. They got so into that stuff at the time, and I basically was like, I'm not a fan of any of these guys, but they only heard the one part, and so I must have been supporting Trump, which is what they thought. But it planted this thing in them, and then extended parts of the family all like sort of kind of lost their mind. What was that? Was that 2012, 2014? Yeah. Approval voting. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're too dumb to understand that shit, Justin. I remember in the gubernatorial race in California, I was trying to explain to people that you could vote no for the recall and still choose who the candidate could be, and nobody understood that. Who the replacement would be if the recall went into effect. And they thought that if you voted no, you wouldn't be able to, and therefore you should vote yes so you could pick who. Yeah, Justin, we're definitely heading, like, we're swinging populist right now in general with a lot of this shit. Yeah, I mean, deportation is an important utility of any country, because ultimately, say a certain crime is committed within your country, and you're gonna, extradite or whatever, or you need to be able to extradite. Things like that are important, I suppose. But the carte blanche, just pull someone over because they're brown thing isn't really flying, is it? But we set that up a long time ago. And this is like with Obama in the secret fucking courts and shit. That was the groundwork for a lot of the shit that's happening now with ICE. And it's disgusting, and it should stop. But I don't know. Dude, Iran's always been like 5 days away from having a bomb, though. We need to dismantle democracy because there's too many Browns. I mean, what is that? That's all the AI through, what's it called? Purelin? Is that it? It's all AI assisted now. Where they go. Now they're dressing up as civilians. That's going to end well. Driving civilian vehicles and dressing up as civilians. Was it the DOJ? She had that fucking thing on her podium that was the Nazi slogan, or the part of the what was it? The SS or before the SS? Fucking disgusting. They know exactly what they're doing. Oh, it's just trolling. Tee. Oh, it's for the lulz. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess what I'm finding most disturbing about what the current stuff with our president and everything is that the ability to completely ignore the judicial branch is a disturbing revelation that I'm sure won't be abused by future presidents. The amount of ignoring and no consequences is wild. That to me is like, well, shit. And I worry that a lot of the quiet parts that the Democrats aren't pushing back on this stuff is because they're putting it in their playbook and they're going, wait a minute, we can do that? Okay. So as much as people are winning and America's winning and they're so excited about how hard we're winning, they're not going to like it when it happens on the other end, which it will. That's, I mean, it's just bound up. Dude, Justin, I know. That one in particular. And, you know, some video came out of him before that, kicking one of the trucks and hitting one of the lights out. And that's why he should be shot and killed that way. And it's like, fuck, guys. Okay. And that speaks to how poorly trained they are. Same with the guy who walked in front of the vehicle. Although he did move his phone from one hand to the other, and so he could easily unholster his weapon. And the shots fired into that vehicle were mostly fired from the side, not from the front. I mean, that's police training. You don't try and stop a vehicle by getting in front of it. And all that was, again, this all goes back to the rapid and extremely fast escalation of force that's always concerned me that I've been talking about with small policing, state police and local police, the beat, the cavalier go-to force because somebody's not exactly doing what you want as quickly as you want is wild. But I think even my checked out parents would think that's not acceptable. Yeah. Sure hope so. Have you guys noticed that his hat says so he's now the 47th president and he was the 45th, right? But the hat he wears says 45th-47. Now, I've never seen anyone point that out. His hat implies that he was the 46th as well. I forget the numbers of what it is. I think it's 46 to 48 or whatever. But it's 46-48. Like he was between those years, between those terms. And so his own hat says that he basically thinks that he's been a 3-term president already. So in his in his truest mind, he thinks he's running for a 4th term if he does. Yeah, it's gross. You need to wear a suit. The suit has to be all of the little checkered patterns so that when a TV camera records it, it just fucking doesn't know what to do with it. And then on top of that, video compression doesn't know what to do with it. And so you're just wearing this suit that looks like the fucking Predators like camo because all of the encoders and stuff, you know, go to purple and then purple becomes all these other colors and shit. So you just wear this like really small checkered suit thing that like just does in video compression. I always love when that banding effect happens. But to have a suit that does it on purpose would be funny. Magic video compression destroying VP. Oh my god. You gotta have like a Britney Spears song for the campaign trail song. Do something like really poppy. Instead of like America's so super red. It's gotta be like some fucking candy pop song. Dude. Salt and pepper, push it. Have that be the campaign trail song. And we're gonna win in Wyoming. And I'll see you at the polls. Push it. Push it. Push it. Mior fashion? Is that how you say it? Peaches. So, salt and pepper could be when you're coming onto the stage. Doot, 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 doot. And then the Peaches song when you leave. Hey, buddy. Papa's not getting any work done. Can I hold you?
Why not?
I'm just ranting and raving.
Why is there a screen like that?
That is Car Bricks. It's a game that a friend's working on. He might still be in chat. His name's Redstone. I forgot to do a shout out for Redstone.
Can I see the game?
Well, I have it, I think, on my Steam. The library. And
you have the
there it is. Does Car Bricks has a demo now though, right? Let's see. Play now. Nope, it's a playtest. This is it though.
Can I see how? Can I play how it works?
Sometime, not tonight though. Okay.
Okay.
But we could play it. It's pretty cool. You can build anything like with Lego bricks almost. You can make cars and ships, and you can make rockets. Look at that.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
But how did I drive the cars and rockets?
Justin. Oh, gotta be careful. We're gonna break the microphone stand. Uh-oh. It's real loose now. Don't pull on it. You don't want to lift. You want to lift by the arm, not by the neck. But anyways.
Justin?
Yeah, he's somebody in the chat. And over there talking to me. Right here. I'm reading it. He said, tell me about your mesh reconstruction strats. It's pretty straightforward, Justin. I have a CSG, whatever the CSG math thing is called. What's it called? CSG combiner. So I have a CSG combiner on the scene. And what I do when you go to cut is on the saw blade, there's actually a mesh for the left side. And we use the position of the saw and we clone in the CSG combiner, we create CSG meshes, 3 of them. One is, well, 2. One is the branch itself that you're cutting into. And then the other is the left side of the saw. Then we do an intersect and a subtract on that, and we get 2 new meshes, which is the branch mesh. And then we swap out the existing mesh, create 2 new ones with rigid bodies and collisions that match the shape. And then we glue them back together with a joint, and it's like nothing happened. It's super cheap because we're only dealing with 1 mesh that we're slicing and dicing. You're welcome. That's it. So like I have these test scenes here. You guys can mess around with this if you want to do anything with meshing. So like right here, we've got this one I'm doing programmatically, but we have a sphere here, and then we have this. This is representing the curve of the blade, and if we run the scene, you'll see that it cuts into the sphere. Now, the important thing is to not use CSGs in the running game. CSGs are not cold. They are not efficient. So what you need to do is use CSGs to generate the mesh and then put the mesh back into the scene tree proper. What else do we have? We have, here's our test branch. Oh, crap. I shouldn't have opened that. This might crash. Godot. Nope, that's a test proc gen. But this is what we're going to do for the blade. So on top of splitting the mesh into 2 and then gluing them back together like nothing happened, we will also then, when you cut into it and pull the blade back, we will then subtract the 2 meshes on both ends from the middle of the blade. So you get the kerf of the blade cutting into the wood. Again, super cheap because we're dealing with a small quantity of meshes and we're only doing it every once in a while. Did you switch game engines, or are you talking about Godot not being goopy enough? So yeah, I have a lot of these systems in place. The main thing that I'm working on right now is the tree. And I'm just trying to get things set up for me so that I can easily clone a branch. So it's more of a data structure thing and then refactoring code to match the structure. So it's not, and that's already an answered question of, can I create a tree using an editor? The answer is yes. So now I just want to create it in a way where I can easily clone branches and just pop a fucking tree out as quick as possible. Should I be using ProcGen? Yes, I should, but it's not really my focus right now. My main focus is in how the structure of the scene should be and everything before I try to implement procedural generation. Because if I implement procedural generation, I got to do that shit myself. I can use someone algorithm and all that stuff, but none of the code that's like, oh, this is even if it was something like this is what do they call the fake code? Pseudocode. Oh, this is the pseudocode for it. Most of the like looping mechanisms and how we determine like that we're going to make a branch here and all that shit, all that will still be true, but how we construct the branch and everything is going to be an entirely different process. And so therefore, even if I look at ProcGen, I need to know how I'm constructing the tree so that when I use it, I know how to do it with my system. And the whole reason that is the way it is because I'm using joints in a very unique way as far as I understand it. And that's all to give life to the tree in a way that doesn't typically exist in video game trees, because the entire focus of this game is about the realism of interacting with and cutting down a tree. And so the way that just like any game design thing, it's all about what's the systems are telling the player and how the player can interact with those things. And so it's like a thing where the game is telling me what it needs to be, if that makes sense. So because I want to have the game do certain things and be a certain way, I therefore think about the problems in those ways and then come to the conclusion that I have to do it this way because of the engine that I'm using and the tool sets that I have and my abilities as a programmer. Hopefully that makes sense. They were made out of Metaballs and Blender. I've lamented their lack of goopiness ever since moving in game engines. Oh, I see. You said it right there. My first videos were purely Blender, which doesn't care about real-time rendering, so goopiness can be more glorious. Have you messed around with shaders that mess with the vertices at all? On say a gloop? It seems like you could probably find like a Jello shader. Something that can turn a cube into a Jello-like goopiness. And if you have that, then you should be able to apply it to your dudes. I bet you there's a Jello shader. Godot. Jello. Shader. Procedural Jello deformation. Someone's got a video on it. There's a shader called Goo. Warps whatever is behind it. No, it's a 2D spatial. Signed distant fields are great for everything. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to go. Sorry for ranting and not getting much programming done today. I appreciate everyone hanging out. Tomorrow I'm going to be back programming, and we're going to do our best and to not get distracted. I'm really sorry about it. I promise I won't be talking about U.S. politics that often. I try not to. I even talked about ICE, was something I was avoiding. But nobody's been shot in the back recently, so I suppose it's okay to talk about without making people feel bummed out. But yeah, I've messed with that. Probably true. So how to make the shader work alongside rigged animations is something I assume is not practical at the moment. I mean, you just got to consider that it's like a living physics thing. So you mean like having the same results every time kind of deal? Combined, and how to combine with rigged stuff. Well, I mean, it would all be a single mesh, the rigged element, right? The little blobs. So if... Get the Switch games working on the Wii, you slacker. For real. Okay, who are we going to raid? Didn't have shadows and such. It feels like if you have enough verts and you can somehow know where they've been moved to, and you can store something in, say, a fourth value besides Vec3, Vec4, for how much wiggle is currently existing on the thing. And again, I don't know how to do this, and I'm just guessing. But it seems like just on movement alone, you'd be able to figure out how much wiggle to apply to that vert in that moment. But I don't know. I don't know how much you get on the UV when you travel to UV and you do all that shit, what you get from it. You would need a lot of verts on the Jello guys, though, right? For the wiggle to look good. All right, we're going to, because Robin was here, we're going to raid Robin. Ray marched the meshes themselves. People in the Primer Discord to be thirsting for the fat blobs from the old videos made of meatballs. Metaballs. I keep calling them meatballs. Yeah, much love to everybody out there. See ya. Red, my son, my 4-year-old wants to check your game out. So if I do that with him, I'll record it or I'll stream it for you. They should be called meatballs. They'd be delicious. All right, much love to everybody out there. I'm going to raid and run on Robin, so tell him I said hi.